And we are into it. Welcome to game number 1. It is upper bracket finals time. It is airfield first time. Maybe even cryo rush time. We will see. In the north, playing the blue, this is Andrey. And in the south, playing the cyan, playing Empire, this is Zugspitze. It is a best of 7 that we are kicking off with here in game number 1 of the upper bracket finals. It is not going to be a short day, but, well, it might be a short day, but we have 4 matches and each one is a long match. So unlike yesterday where we had lots of very short matches, today it is going to be more about the longer series. Who can win not just 1 or 2 games in a row, but who can go the distance, who can really make it happen in a longer match without just getting a couple of tricky wins and then continuing off of those wins to the next round. This is about defeating a player sometimes 4, 5, 6, 7 times in a row, depending on what the setup is. Actually, I don't think we'll get up to 6. But grand finals time could be very interesting. A couple of Vindicators coming out. It was fast airfield, but it doesn't appear to be a fast tier 2 from Andrey. He is positioned over to take a potential 3rd. He is in that zone, but he has seeded the middle of the map, and he has skipped his opening oil derrick for the current moment. He will eventually get that oil derrick, we all have to assume, but, you know, it might just take him a little while to get around to it. Zugspitze on the other side has been playing, yesterday at least, has been playing a decent amount of 2 refinery games. Very aggressive, and we don't necessarily see that yet. He is going Tengus. He is starting to cross the map. He did have that dojo opening, but he hasn't gotten the damage done against Andrey that he is necessarily looking for. Andrey's up to 3 refineries. He is quite possibly working on tier 2. I guess not. I guess there's not going to be any cryos because instead he has gone for a 2nd airfield. And this can be a very dangerous situation against a good Tengu player. We'll see where the multi-gunner turrets get deployed. Is there not a multi-gunner turret here? This seems precarious. I thought for sure there was going to be a multi-gunner turret deployed, ready to go. MCV will pack up, so there will be no tier 2, and this is fine for the Empire player. He can dodge these units as long as is necessary. One Apollo is going to be getting jumped on. They're going to have to try and cycle up and down from the airfield. They're going to try and dodge those Tengu shots as much as they can. And the MCV taking a lot of damage, even knocking down a wall, something Imperial Warriors couldn't do by themselves. And I guess Zugspitze is just going to be feeling very comfortable for game number 1. He's got a couple of Apollos coming after him. Tengus are going to be able to get the majority of the Apollos. There is still 2 Apollos left, but they get shredded by the remaining Tengus. 1 Apollo may be able to escape, and the MCV still taking damage, but those repairs from the airfield, the GG comes out, and a very unceremonious game number 1, a decapitation and a murder of Andrey by Zugspitze. There was no turret push. There was no base push. That was about that straight-up macro play, very airfield focused. But that is not what we typically see from Andrey. And the result? His demise. Game number 2 kicking off on Infinity Isle. On the left side, going for 3 dojos, up 1-0. This is Zugspitze. On the right side, playing that allies. How fast will the airfield be? This is Andrey. And look at that, we got ourselves a barracks out here, followed by a refinery. It is not a cryo rush. I mean, I guess he could still go into cryocopters very quickly, but this is not a traditional cryo rush. Of course, Infinity Isle, it is a short by air rush distance, especially depending on where you place that. Okay, everything okay here? I think Andrey will get this. If Zugspitze manages to kill this engineer with all of these peacekeepers and dogs and jabs here, That'll be pretty impressive. But yeah, it's short rush by air, especially with the allied build radius, depending on where you place that airfield. And okay, there we go. Dojo has gone down. Andrey will be able to safely secure that oil derrick. Zugspitze moves his MCV, goes straight for the mecha bay, and now the airfield is up. And the MCV has not moved out to the water or anything, so we'll see what Andrey goes for after that. But so far, it's looking pretty typical. It's looking pretty average here for both players. No big surprises, and look at that. The MCV is on the move. Andrey is just playing a regular macro game. There is nothing tricksy or surprising here. It's just sort of what you would expect. This is somewhat of a surprise. It's just like macro-oriented openers. No tricks, nothing goofy. A little bit of shenanigans regarding this civilian structure, but other than that, it's actually very normal. Apollos are here. They're on Overwatch. They're going to get tagged a little. One Vindicator as well. That return to base is a little bit slower for the Vindicator, but third refinery coming up very soon for Andrey, and a little bit of harassment, but he should be able to deal with that. There is a possibility that the Apollos do get jumped on by these Tengus, which is why they do it. There are a couple of Javs nearby. And one Harvester off the line as you get your third refinery up and running. It's certainly not the end of the world for Andrey. Andrey will lose a couple of Javs on the ground. Yep, 2 Javs on the ground, but again, trading that out for the Tengus. And is it time to transform yet? No, not quite. So they're going to try and keep up this game of kill the Vindicator. And he has to be very close to that transform window. But the question is, do you want to die on the ground or do you want to die in the sky to the Apollos? Another Tengu transform comes in, and this is like the most straightforward Empire versus Allies on Infinity Isle that I feel like I have ever seen. Tengu harass of those Harvesters, very normal builds and expansions coming out from both players. Apollo's going to be chasing down those Tengus. Andrey doing a really good job of following up on these Apollos, or with these Apollos, finding those kills, nailing those Tengus to the wall and knocking them down. We've seen many an Empire player go for a harassment-heavy style, overextend themselves, just spend thousands and thousands on Tengus that don't actually do any damage, and then when the allied player is ready to engage, they just have no army. So this harassment-heavy style can turn against Zugspitze, and we see that with other Empire players. Tengu's getting a little bit of heal up. He still has a lot of Tengus. This 2 refinery, no expansion style where you stay on Tengus forever does lead to pretty consistent production. Zugspitze pretty much always constantly drawing a 0 on his bank account. We'll see if he ever manages to get up a 3rd refinery. He might just be feeling like Infinity Isle, it's a 2 refinery map for me, and it's partially my job to keep my opponent on as close to 2 refineries as I can. I don't think he's been able to snipe this Vindicator at any point yet, so he keeps trying to get the Vindicator, and he just can't. Tengu does get inside, and he will end up getting sniped by this Vindicator, but, well, the power plant might go down as well. And sniping the power plant at least gets some kind of damage back for Zugspitze, because Andrey has been doing a good job of shutting down 99% of this harass. Now that the power plant and these Harvesters have gone down, Zugspitze is finally getting that damage that he's been looking for all game. It's finally actually landing here. And if he gets this Harvester on the high ground, then that's actually going to be all 3 Harvesters off the line, and the snowball will be rolling. He's also going to get this airfield, even with the cryo shot coming in. That's easy to dodge for an Empire player who's paying attention. And the Harvester does survive, so Andrey's economy stays alive, but with point defense drones, these Tengus with reinforcements might just try and jump on these Apollos. There's another 4 Tengus in the middle of the map. They're going for the power plant. And Andrey finds himself in a very bad situation. This double airfield play was working until it wasn't, and the Apollos are going to try and hunt what units they can. And there's the transform. He gets the Vindicator. That's what he was looking for. The GG comes out, and that is going to be a 2-0 lead for Zugspitze.
I do believe that Zug made quite a little bit of mistakes earlier on by landing all of his Tengus. Initially, he had a very good grip on the air control, but he actually was confident enough to land a Tengu to harass, putting him back to 4 Tengus versus Andrey's 2 Apollos. At the point, usually the allied player would be getting a 3rd Apollo. However, Zug kind of got lucky here, or maybe he got vision on Andrey's 3rd refinery, but Andrey was at the moment building a 3rd refinery and hence not getting another Apollo, which enabled Zug to survive the harassment earlier on. However, after that, he was eventually forced to transform all 4 of his Tengus once more Apollos came out, which actually put Andrey into the leading position. But now we will go into Game 3 on Industrial Strength.
And in the north, playing the Cyan, this is Zugspitze. Up 2-0. Somewhat unbelievably, but going fast airfield, we're finally starting to see it. Playing blue, this is Andrey. Andrey versus Zugspitze, not going the way that I would have thought. Maybe we were putting Andrey in too much of a box, but Andrey we thought was going to be much more in the driver's seat of this series. And there we see the fast Defender VX. Now, Zugspitze has gone for both of those oil derricks, and getting both of those oil derricks is often an essential part of the Empire defense in this case. But, where's that? Okay, I thought this was going to be a cryo push, but no. This is going to be an MCV move, and he's got no cryo, he's got no tier 2. So the 3rd refinery kind of getting blocked here, but that's just a cutesy move. Andrey does want to knock down that dojo. He doesn't want to leave an opportunity for backdoor tank busters to sneak into his base and to get a kill. He wants to make sure that everything is sewn up nicely, and that he is not leaving anything to chance or to the comeback potential of Zugspitze. Defender VX cores are in pretty good positions, but with only 2 Defender VXs, there's always going to be some angle that can be found either with a turret or with a cryocopter if Andrey does try to go tier 2 on a proxy airfield. Imperial Warriors moving in. They are ready to just do a little bit of poke damage, and Zugspitze grabs that Civ structure. He is ready to go, and that just gives him that consistent damage output. It's away from the turret, and it'll take multiple Vindicator bombings to actually de-garrison those units. And this Conyard is down to half health already. There is a, for a second I thought those Tengus were attacking each other, but no, they're just force-fired on the ground. And more Imperial Warriors will be deleted by the Vindicators, which is what we expect to see, and that's where a proxy airfield, some allied players like that proxy airfield because it takes so long for the units to cross the map, to refuel, and then make it back to the front line. Multi-gunner turret does come up. It does kill off that harvester before the walls come up, but it will eventually be overwhelmed by the Tengus, by the Imperial Warrior, and by the Defender VX core. Harvester does not reset, so Zugspitze's economy is going to be hurting for the next minute, especially since he hasn't restarted that harvester immediately. Vindicators are here. Andrey is feeling powered up now. He's got a couple of Vindicators to one-shot that Defender core, and that refinery still hasn't started a harvester, so Zugspitze, consciously or not, is going to be playing this one off one refinery, and yeah, he decides to just sell that ref, so he is happy to let that one go, and then just play this one out on a 1-ref, 2 oil derrick economy. This MCV, if it had been taking more damage from those Imperial Warriors, it could be a real problem for Andrey. But he's getting a second opportunity. He does pack up. He's got his proxy airfield over there and a fresh power plant, but it's still not enough. He needs that MCV to be static for it to be providing enough power. There's quite a Tengu cloud on the north side of the map, maybe moving out for some harassment, and this MCV is getting dangerously low. Without an engineer to go for the repair, these Imperial warriors are going to keep just chipping away at it. Harvester Harass has started. Only one Tengu committed to this, so he will not get any kills, but also most of his Tengus stay safe elsewhere on the map. Second power plant finally comes up, and Zugspitze will be able to jump on this MCV with those Tengus. Andrey's going for the crush. He knows this MCV is not long for the world, and he is going to say goodnight to his MCV. Tengu's pulling back. What you see is what you get from Andrey. He has to make this work with no more multi-gunner turrets, with just the Vindicators he has out on the map. And I guess technically he could still go tier 2. In fact, that might be what he's trying to do right there. He's hurt his economy a little bit to get out that Prospector, to get out that command hub. And Zugspitze kills the MCV. That takes the pressure off right now. He's got quite a few Tengu numbers, but that one refinery, 2 oil derrick economy just is not strong. Zugspitze trailing behind Andrey's economy here in game number 3. And he's been looking good so far, but he's still not out of the woods yet. Andrey still does have a chance to make this work if he goes up to cryocopters. But Vindicators all getting sniped. This is the kind of stuff that Zugspitze needs. And now with no cryocopters, the Apollos get shredded. That's the end of game number 1. Andrey does not manage to hold on until those cryocopters arrive. And instead, he gets shredded in the skies in game number 3. And, well, my prediction from yesterday, and honestly, my prediction from earlier today, where I thought Zugspitze was going to have to make a comeback through the lower bracket, is looking pretty bad.
Yeah, this is definitely unexpected here from Zugspitze. I mean, then again, Andrey finally pulling out his turret push strategy that he's so famous for, but actually it didn't work out for him at all. In fact, he actually faked a cryo rush in that game, so Zugspitze went for those defender turrets to try and counter the the cryo rush, which never happened.
It is worth noting that Andrey so far has not done a conventional turret push yet, so he might still have the matchup in his bag, or at least he might come back through the losers brackets later on, because right now he has to win 4 wins straight. However, I would like to point out that allies do have an inherent advantage, as I was mentioning in my design analysis video, that allies could force their opponent's moves. So in this particular case, we saw that Andrey was basically bluffing a cryo rush, and Zug was basically forced to waste money on 2 defender turrets and an additional power plant, which was the only way to survive a cryo rush, and you have to react very fast to cryo rush quite early on.
Welcome to Fire Island. It is game 4. Do or die for this fellow in the north. This is, of course, a double elimination event, so it's not truly do or die, but he drops down to the lower bracket. He has to play another best of 7 only to climb back up to the grand finals, or he starts the comeback right here, right now. Give him your energy. This is Andrey! And in the south, looking phenomenal, looking like he just can't lose. Plain Cyan, Plain Empire, up 3-0. This is Zugspitze! It has been a phenomenal set for Zugspitze, but Fire Island is a different kind of a game. Some people do say it is very allied favor, but of course people also say that about Infinity Isle, and we all know how that one turned out. However, it is very telling that Game 1 was on Deep Sea, which of course was produced by the map banning process, so players basically eliminate the maps that they don't want to play on one by one until we get a starting map. But after that, it's loser picks. And in this case, that's been Andrey's 3 picks in a row. He goes for all of the standard maps: Industrial Strength, Fire Island, and Infinity Isle. And he's only missing Battle Base Beta, which he could potentially have in his pocket if Zugspitze chooses to play on that after this game, depending on how it goes. So maybe he, he's happy enough with that one still being in the pool. Barracks coming up, but Barracks gets deleted. The classic third refinery block for the dojo player, for the Empire player. Always building those walls, trying to be as annoying to the allied player as possible. And Andrey is just having none of it. Airfield comes out, but there are peacekeepers, and one oil derrick goes down, but the other one is held by Zugspitze. And of course, it is Tengu, Tengu, Tengu. He is an Empire player after all. He knows how to press that Tengu key, and certainly in the last game, he was in survival mode. Survival Tengus was the name of the game. But here, Andrey just playing pretty standard. Goes for a pretty fast third. Again, kind of like Infinity Isle. And it didn't quite work out on Infinity Isle, but this is a different map, so Andrey can play around that third refinery a little bit more. He can have that in his back pocket at least if he still wants to go for a turret push. It'll be off of 3 refineries, and he can still plop down his MCV in the middle of the map and go for that play. Turret comes up. He can also potentially start clearing away those walls, but I don't think we have a naval yard, war factory, or even a barracks. It's still just the airfield play. And if he goes double airfield, all right, he did go barracks. It is kind of in his base, kind of in a pocket location. Maybe he wants to get a couple of jabs to help out with the anti-air, and indeed he does. Multi-gunner turret comes up as well. These Apollos may lose the fight, but their brethren on the ground will win it. The Tengus don't go down. So many of those Tengus taking shots. 1 almost dead, 2 down to half health, but they're all still flying. They all still have that damage output potential to keep the hurt put on Andrey as 2 harvesters are being harassed. One is definitely going down. The other one maybe will survive, and it does. It's on low health, but it is saved by Andrey's allied forces. MCV moves back, a more protective position, a more defensive posture for Andrey. And Zugspitze, he is happy to keep playing this Tengu game. It is the 2 refinery Tengu spam, but no, he is moved to tier 2. He is ready to diversify, to switch things up, but not with a 3rd refinery, at least not just yet. And Zugspitze is happy to, have that oil derrick, have that little bit of an edge over 2 refineries, but it just doesn't match 3 refineries. So the longer this game goes on, unless Andrey loses a bunch of units, like losing his Apollos, how many can he trade back? It's 2 Apollos for 1 Tengu. The Empire player is happy with that every day of the week. Barracks gets sold off. And yeah, that's just 2 power plants up there in the north. 2 multi-gunner turrets in the main, positioned nicely so that the walls can be sold off and the harvesters can be protected that way. But no naval yard, no war factory, and not even a permanent barracks, as Andrey has already sold that off and repositioned his MCV. Zugspitze does finally go for a 3rd refinery. It's halfway through setting up right now, and he is going to be stabilizing maybe on a more tier 2 kind of economy. 3 refineries plus an oil derrick is more respectable when you've got those more expensive tier 2 units to potentially go for. Not that he's actually building any tier 2 units apparently, but he is at least, he's got the option on the table. And, tsunami tanks and strikers, they're more expensive than Tengus. Javs do manage to catch this Tengu. He's going for the honorable discharge. He does manage to get 2 of the Javs there. Andrey tries to split, but it just doesn't quite work out quick enough. Multi-gunner turret is here. Tengus are going to be going on the other side. Cryo shot will fire off, and the the point defense drones are deployed as well. The saving grace of Zugspitze in that last game finally coming online. It's been long enough in this match. The upgrade has been purchased. And going for the power plants, it's not a lot of damage, but when you try to go for the harvester and you miss, a power plant can be a nice consolation prize. There are 3 Apollos on Overwatch, so if these Tengus transform, almost certainly one of them will be going down. Yep, that was the one. That's the one that's going to be going down. The others are high health. Oil derrick does go down. Nicely done by Andrey. That jab gets the kill that Andrey was looking for. And Zugspitze not in control the way he was in some of those other games. Andrey also playing a lot more passively than we have seen in other games in other tournaments. He's playing this more slow and steady, macro-oriented style. Lots of multi-gunner turrets, lots of defenses, and nice bomb splitting there. 4th refinery is coming online for Zugspitze. He loses the oil derrick, but he gains a 4th refinery. And that is a fair trade for Zugspitze. Maybe he's finally ready to build some tier 2 units. After 100 Tengus, he does finally build something else. And I can't believe that Andrey versus Zugspitze. Fire Island is the macro map, apparently. This is the one where they both decide, you know what, 3, 4 refineries, tier 2, let's play it a little bit slower, let's tech up, let's get some of these other units. I can't believe this is the map where they go for that. Andrey is not playing that King of the Hill style, but, well, that Cryocopter gets sniped basically immediately, gets one shrink off, and then gets eviscerated by those Tengus and that Striker. Andrey has that 4th refinery coming online. Zugspitze has been leading the economy for the last minute or so, but Andrey is about to catch up. Zugspitze looking like he wants to bring a little bit of pressure. Cryo shot will fire off. This is actually pretty good for Zugspitze. Okay, not so much if the Tengu gets frozen, but at least he knows that that is offline. It won't be coming back to be brought against Zugspitze's forces anytime soon. Multi-gunner turret gets jumped on. Tank busters here are going to make a lot of target potential for these Vindicators, and the Vindicator does manage to escape, but it's so low on health, the Tengus are going to get it on the ground. Andrey, once again, no ground army, falling apart. As soon as the ground forces of Zugspitze show up, he has very little to work with. Cryocopter could get some big freezes. Apollos are going to help shred those Tengus. The Cryocopter goes down, and Zugspitze is just happy that there's no Cryo in the sky for him to contend with. Power plant gets eliminated. MCV is so low on health, but it's mostly just infantry. If only there was a Vindicator here, Andrey could actually hold this off, but with no Vindicators to clean up these ground forces, he is almost completely gutted here. MCV getting targeted, and that is it. GG comes out, and Zugspitze advances 4-0 into the grand final. Not what any one of us predicted, and also not the way that we expected those games to go. What even was that series? An upper bracket final 4-0 sweep for Zugspitze to put himself in the grand final.
Zugspitze has done a total sweep on Andrey. I'm a little sad to see that my prediction has been proven wrong. However, I am hoping that Andrey is saving his best cheese for last. Maybe he's planning on coming back through the losers brackets and then pull out his real guns in the finals before Zug has gotten used to his cheese. Andrey did make some major mistakes in that game, usually micro-wise, but earlier on, when he got javelins and were holding his infantries back, both me and Zaz were presuming that he was going for Riptides, and we were really aghast when he just lost the 2 javelins immediately because they were out of position. But basically, he got javelins in order to snipe one of the oil derricks to avoid the situation where Zug can be holding both oil derricks simultaneously, which he has been doing for the entire series. However, Andrey did kill his own oil derrick on his side when he had a sizable peacekeeper army to contest for the oil, while Zug did not even invest in that oil at all.
On top of that, the entire harassment coming out from Zugspitze was awesome in that game. I mean, he killed so many harvesters with just rogue Tengus left, right, and center, and Andrey was just not unable to keep up, really. I mean, it seems like throughout all of these games that Zugspitze has played against Andrey, Zugspitze really bringing on the heat, bringing on the tempo in the game, controlling how the game is going to go. Surprisingly enough, despite the fact that normally Allies is the faction that should be doing just that, and Andrey really stepping off the gas, really on the back foot basically every single game.
Are you a developer or an engineer? Then you know how inefficient it can be to monitor the environment you build. Fragmented tools and decision-making bottlenecks lead to delayed deployments and bad customer experience. With Chronosphere, developers can see problems, find the source, and fix issues faster. You choose where and how your data is routed and stored. Query it easily to get better context and control. 100% open source compatibility means no matter your setup, we can help. If you know, you know. And if you know, you Chronosphere. Check it out at chronosphere.io. Plain Orange, Plain Empire in the top left-hand corner. This is OPShijiao, which according to someone in chat means essentially OP point of view. I don't know if that's true, but it is kind of an interesting name. He has the overpowered world view there. And in the bottom right-hand side, playing as the red, this is DutchArmy. It is a best of 5, so we'll see if the OP point of view is able to survive for more than 3 games, or if DutchArmy will have allied superiority and will crush the foreigner who comes in. But we'll find out. We've talked a lot about this map, Icebreaker, not necessarily being so strong for allied players. It is small. It lends itself to that base push kind of style, so some people may be thinking, oh, it's a good allied map. It even has a snow aesthetic just like Snowplow. But this little village in the middle is so good for Empire. It's so good for Soviets for the simple reason of their units cost less and peacekeepers have to sacrifice themselves to clear out those buildings. Doesn't mean anything necessarily for the long term, because OPShijiao showed himself competent at this map already, which means anything can happen. DutchArmy isn't going to get a free win, but he does have the option, or he did have the option of getting to see multiple games on this map already. However, in this tournament, we have not seen an Allied versus Empire. Now, DutchArmy did play an Allied versus Empire in the finals of Red Alert 3 Masters, and he lost. But that was versus an Empire all-in, and we don't know enough about OPShijiao to predict whether or not he will be playing an Empire MCV cell all in. Tengu's coming in. This is 5 Tengus, a very respectable number. Third refinery is up faster for our allied player as DutchArmy sets up those walls, sets up a couple of jabs. He's got them nearby for that anti-air defense. Vindicator and Apollos on standby. Tengus swarming through the middle of the map. It's going to be a big Tengu game. It looks like 2 refineries, oil derrick, press that Tengu key, and you just make Tengu after Tengu after Tengu. It worked out well for Zugspitze. Let's see if it works out well for OPShijiao. Tengu does take a little bit of damage. Vindicator gets sniped. Good control there. Apollos go down. Bad for DutchArmy, but good for OPShijiao as he picks up another Apollo trying to get down to the deck. These Tengus picking up so many kills in this opening couple of minutes. DutchArmy did not want to go down like that. Hope springs eternal. That third base, that fast oil derrick capture, both will keep DutchArmy in this game. Vindicator comes in. Bomb splits would be nice. Okay, that actually worked out super well. That jab got the shot off and killed the Tengu that transformed, and the Vindicator got to kill the other one. But the harassment doesn't stop there. OPShijiao still not taking a third base, at least not just yet. More Harvester harass. He's happy for his opponent to have 3 refineries if only one of them is working at any given time. Buildings near the third refinery have also been taken over by OPShijiao. He is not going to be letting DutchArmy control that part of the map for free. Tengus are not going to try and dogpile on that Vindicator on the deck. He's more happy to reposition, join up with his reinforcements, and come what may. 5 Tengus swarm over the expansion just like a minute ago, but there are no jabs in the buildings anymore. Apollos come in. Tengu comes in, snipes, or Vindicator comes in, snipes the Tengu. Tengus are not finding the kills that they found earlier. Minutes ago, we saw domination in the skies from the Tengu player, and now the Tengus are getting lit up and dropped down like they just don't matter. They're like flying paperweights, and the walls coming in, keeping those harvesters safe for longer. DutchArmy is losing harvesters, but it's taking OPShijiao so long to kill them. So many Tengus are being traded back for these meager harvester kills. And what looked like a disaster in the skies for the Empire player is evening up. Or what looked like a disaster in the skies for the Allied player, excuse me, is evening up with all of these Empire losses. It's not over yet, and the harass-heavy style continues. A very classic way to play Empire. He manages to get the Tengus inside, all of them inside of the walls, but the Harvester escapes to the outside, so the Honorable Discharge will do some splash damage to the building, but the Harvester doesn't have to be rebuilt, and the refinery itself will survive. DutchArmy cutting off routes with those walls, locking in that Tengu, and yeah, you can transform. There's 3 Apollos waiting for you, or you can die on the ground. Oh, that Harvester almost taking some damage there. Backs up. Or you can die on the ground to the Vindicator, and the Tengu chooses to die on the ground. Apollos go for the scout. They get a look at the third base location. They get a look at the main base. They see the overall Tengu numbers, and he knows that he's not out of the woods yet. There hasn't been a transfer to Tier 2. We're not seeing tsunami tanks. It is going to be a second airfield. Okay, we'll see if it works out for DutchArmy. He's got all of these walls. He's got a really good setup, but these Tengus with point defense drones can turn the game on a dime. It's a best of 5. You can give 1 game, but if you give 2, you're in the danger zone already. Imperial Warriors take the buildings. Good choice here by OPShijiao. He's going to be able to potentially chip away at this MCV, or at least force walls. DutchArmy could draft some walls and stop the damage, but I guess he'll just back up his MCV a little bit. He's like, I'll just go out of range. Multi-gunner turret is there as well. I feel like we're just waiting for that point defense drone countdown. We're at 7.5 minutes. We've already seen point defense drones once, and we're just waiting for them to be reapplied here to these Tengus. That's what it feels like. Double airfield, decent number of Apollos, but we're not up to 6 Apollos yet. No ground army for DutchArmy, so if he's not able to keep his units in the sky flying high, he's going to just fall to pieces when the ground fight comes to him. Fortunately for DutchArmy, he doesn't have tank busters to contend with. He's not worried about that infantry army breaking down walls, causing more havoc. And okay, we've got point defense drones. This always changes the equation of how many Apollos does it take to beat a Tengu. Or normally it's how many Tengus does it take to beat an Apollo. But this is a lot of Tengus. Most of OPShijiao's 20 unit count is in these Tengu numbers. Harvester getting that harass. Looks like only 1 Harvester is taking damage. Nice double transform there to get the Harvester inside and outside of the walls. No Javs, no Peacekeepers. Nothing else from DutchArmy to save his aircraft in this case. Apollos come in. Multi-gunner turrets drawing the Tengus into the multi-gunner turrets is good. And 1 Vindicator does go down. Second Vindicator is on the deck. DutchArmy, he has 1,000 credits in the bank, so he can draft a multi-gunner turret, no problem. The Apollo is going to be skating by. No. Oh, he goes right through the Tengus. No, he does eventually go down. The Tengus split to try and catch that Apollo, and they eventually do find him. DutchArmy garrisoning up his entire side of the map with multi-gunner turrets. Though they are his ground army, they are his salvation for the current moment. But at some point, he is going to have to transition out of pure aircraft. Apollo's moving in. Multi-gunner turret is underneath, so the Apollos will have a favorable trade the longer the Tengus engage. A Tengu going down, point defense drones being chipped away at. DutchArmy playing this one out very carefully. He's spent his bank, but he also knows that the Empire player has gotten a refinery. he's going to have a really tough time pushing through the middle of the map if he doesn't have a ground army. But if he keeps just playing this Apollo game, he's going to need a lot more airfields. And all right, Dojo is out. Still a tier 1 empire. He knows how to build those Tengus, and currently that is the only thing that he wants to do. 5 Apollos. The point defense drones just got refreshed, so these Apollos need to skate on out of there. Cryo shot comes in, and the Vindicator drops its bombs early. It explodes moments before, too far away to destroy that refinery. DutchArmy swings, and he misses as OPShijiao takes a commanding spot in this game. He's got a second option there with the Dojo, wherever it snuck off to. Right there in the middle of the map, streaming Imperial Warriors through the middle. Also like that he took this building there, just a kind of permanent scout up there in the corner in case DutchArmy ever tries to take a 4th refinery. And okay, finally, we've got that war factory. We have got tier 2. These are the tools that we are looking for from DutchArmy. No cryocopters yet, but with this many Tengus, that would be a death sentence. IFVs on the ground. They're going to help out considerably against this Tengu cloud. And it's going to be a sudden transport with tank busters, possibly 5 of them jumping in there and then traveling across the map and trying to bring a little tank buster surprise to the allied player. Guardian tanks are out. They've got that laser lock as well. They can light up those buildings near that base. Get rid of some of these Empire garrisons. And this is certainly not how we have seen other games on this map play out. And that's not a real Guardian tank down there in the bottom of the map. That is, of course, a sudden transport disguising itself as a red unit. IFVs going to be able to get some free shots on these Tengus. Not enough to knock any of them down. But here comes the sudden transport moving into position. And there's the pop of the tank busters. They're going to be able to get the harvester very easily there. But will they stop for any more targets? Well, Vindicator comes in. There's going to be the sudden transport knocked down. Only 2 Apollos are here. The multi-gunner turret and the IFV are also nearby. IFVs get a couple of good shots here. Tengus go for the big transform. There's the point defense drones. They're going to try and go for a second harvester. I would say that they're trapped in the corner, but they're not really trapped in the corner. Even with the cryoblast coming in, the Tengus are all able to dodge it, and they have such numbers. As long as the tank busters stay alive, they have that ability to punch down tanks and walls so quickly. Empire infantry are gathering in the middle of the map. Tengus coming forward, dancing around this refinery. DutchArmy, he's dealing with one problem, but he might have a second problem knocking on his door in mere moments. Tengus are not going to go for the big transform. Instead, they're going to deal with the peacekeepers. Apollos, I assume, are nearby. Guardian tanks hoping to just fight this one out, chipping away at this Tengu army one by one. Bye-bye to these Tengus. They're going to be able to escape. And what? Okay, so we are up to Tier 3 Empire. We are up to a Psionic Decimator, which is not something you see very often. I don't know if he heard. The name of the company is Chronosphere, not Psionic Decimatosphere. So that one doesn't get you any points, but it does allow you to break open an allied base or crack an allied army. That is for sure. Guardian tanks moving forward. Tengus sliding in. It's going to be Wave Force Artillery, the first ones out on the map. DutchArmy happy to play out the first part of the game slow on his side of the map, but now the Wave Force Artillery are here, and that is going to be forcing this game to go to the next level. Vindicator goes down, no easy snipe, and this refinery gets eliminated. It's now a 4 refinery Empire player versus a 2 refinery allied player. Guardians turn the corner and they get slaughtered as the GG comes out, and OPShijiao takes game number 1 away from DutchArmy. No one has their predictions right at this point.
A super weapon coming out as even sort of like a BM factor here in that game as well. Didn't really actually achieve anything, didn't really do anything. But yeah, that was an absolutely insane game from OPShijiao. I don't think anyone really expected that, seeing as he lost 2-0 to Andrey when he was playing Empire before. And now versus DutchArmy, game number 1, winning in a pretty commanding fashion. Now, we have seen this map, Icebreaker, be really good for non-allied players before. However, this is definitely something else. I mean, the micro and the decision-making we've seen from OPShijiao in this game was definitely on point. What he did in this game, or one of the things he did, was actually killing his own Tengus to use the honorable discharge explosion from the Tengu's death to destroy walls to get to the enemy harvester and be able to kill it.
Yes, I think the most brilliant thing that OP did for the whole game, beneath all of the impressive micros, was just really good strategic decision making. Initially, OP was behind on economy as Dutch very quickly expanded to 3rd refinery, and OP's only option there was kind of to throw away tons of Tengus trying to kill harvesters until he has a sizable lead to expand on his own. However, once he realized that was not quite working out, as you said, he was looking 2 to 3 Tengus to every single harvester, he actually made a major strategic adjustments by keeping all of his Tengus in his own base, just piling them up, crowding all of them until points defense drones could be applied. And this entire time, he was setting out 2 refineries. And so that takes a lot of courage to do, and Dutch actually got quite complacent and did not even try to bomb those Tengus that were in the base. So once the Tengus were able to get to a critical mass and receive point defense drones, even Dutch's dual airfield was not able to stop their onslaughts.
With some unrelenting and tenacious Tengu play, this Empire player in the north has dominated game number 1, but will it be so easy here in game number 2? He's up 1 point in this best of 5. This is the OP point of view. He is OPShijiao. Meanwhile, in the south, you're not gonna believe this, also played Empire, played red. This is DutchArmy. We have 2 allied players in an Empire mirror, and that just doesn't happen very often. Now, this is a case where OPShijiao is up 1-0, and they're both off racing on Empire, so I kind of think that all bets are off. Who knows what is going to happen here? The Tengu play looked very good from OPShijiao in game number 1, but it wasn't flawless. It certainly had its weaknesses. It certainly had some problems. But, okay, well, that is a sudden transport with 5 tank busters inside of it. So DutchArmy is going aggressive, basically right from the beginning, but I feel like sort of everything that we've been thinking about, everything we've been talking about is now thrown out the window, because who knows how an Empire mirror is going to work out. We got to see a pretty straightforward AVE, but on a map that players aren't super familiar with, and now we get to see a mirror matchup, but not their strongest factions. So it does feel like we're rewriting the rules. I love the snipe of that oil derrick. Now, both oil derricks have been sniped, so both of the players are equal in that way. OPShijiao kills off Dutch's oil derrick, and Dutch returns the favor. So they're both going to have that somewhat limited to refinery economy in that sense. And they did both get sudden transports. I don't know if there's 5 tank busters inside of it for OPShijiao. He could be looking to do quite literally the exact same thing, or in this case, he might just be using it to defend. But he is going to descend upon... He is going to descend upon that sudden transport down there. DutchArmy skating away. He is very worried about getting taken advantage of, being jumped on by all of those Tengus. And DutchArmy manages to get one of the tank busters but none of the others. They're all safe inside. And tank busters, if they can pop into that building, they will have a much stronger place to live from. And OPShijiao, thinking about that, does begin chipping away at the building. But the fight continues. Tengu's over top of that refinery. The Tengu wars in Empire versus Empire can feel so knife fighting, and the tank busters do pop out. They jump back into that sudden transport. The honorable discharge, both a benefit and a curse sometimes, but in this case it's going to be OPShijiao who has the superior Tengu numbers, who is on the defensive and who doesn't need the long reinforcement path of the Tengus flying across the map. And things are not looking good for DutchArmy in his goofy switch up to Empire. Game 3, he might need to switch back to allies and just play a more traditional set. But of course, it's not over yet. Anything can happen. Tengu's moving over the middle. OPShijiao, I think, senses he has the advantage, he has the edge. He's going to try his luck at some aggression, but now DutchArmy has those fast reinforcements. You better pop those tank busters, otherwise they're just going to die inside. And the tank busters will help out with the Tengu fight, but DutchArmy doesn't mind drawing this one out a little bit longer so that he can get those repairs on the Tengus at the War Factory, and he's hoping to turn this fight around. Good control. DutchArmy accidentally traps one of his own Tengus on the wall there, traps his own Tengu on the refinery, which is not something that you normally want to do. Trying to draw some walls, trying to drag out this engagement, make it last a little bit longer. OPShijiao, he doesn't necessarily have the Tengu numbers anymore. Tank busters get gunned down one by one, quickly eliminated. One Tengu goes down, but DutchArmy still doesn't have his other Tengu unstuck from that building. And in a Tengu v Tengu fight where the numbers really matter, having that one Tengu absent is such a difference. Good honorable discharge there by DutchArmy, but he's losing the Tengu fight. Reinforcements come in. He might be able to survive in the sky, but no, both of his Tengus get lit up, and OPShijiao wins that final bit of the skirmish. A back and forth. OPShijiao with the numbers advantage, but DutchArmy with the repair advantage. Okay, not so much anymore as DutchArmy leaves behind his repair advantage. He heads up north, and DutchArmy keeps pumping out Tengus. OPShijiao showing that he is the superior Tengu player, but it is not unlimited. He's got the Tengu advantage, but DutchArmy, if he can find the right angle, find the right repairs, get the right micro, he can come up even in a fight. OPShijiao moves in with more Tengus. No point defense drones for either player. That's another thing that could swing this engagement. If OPShijiao is able to clip the wings of another Tengu, that just makes his position even stronger. He's going to be able to catch two Tengus on the water here, but he does trade one back. DutchArmy, now if he has repairs and his own point defense drones ready, we'll see if he's able to stand up against OPShijiao. A couple of crushes could come in with this. MCV gets one Tengu. That's a free kill there. The Harvester survives as well, can get repairs, and it's point defense drones on both sides, and the Tengus do not transform. Okay, there they go. DutchArmy moves into position for defense and immediately leaves his base on offense. OPShijiao winning a lot of these Tengu fights, but they can turn. And MCV is not an invincible object. It will eventually be chipped away at, but if DutchArmy can find a bit of economic damage and slow down OPShijiao, he might be able to regain control of this game. It's not going to be easy. And there, the Harvester does survive. So once again, DutchArmy is just sort of doing to OPShijiao what OPShijiao did to him. He's hoping that he can get the honorable discharge and get the kill, but the body block comes in, and OPShijiao defeats it. Perfect control there by OPShijiao. It's going to be a MCV cell. That's the big spike from DutchArmy, and he goes tier 2 as well. The engineer may actually have been spotted by one of these Imperial warriors in the building. I'm not 100% sure. And so that engineer out on its own, wandering the map, is a very telltale sign of what your opponent has done. No expansions, no crush will be coming in, but a sudden transport gets produced. It will escape. It will allow that engineer to escape along the edge of the map. Big transform comes in. OPShijiao has now seen that there is no MCV, but he also sees that tier 2, and this, of course, makes the Tengu question a little bit dangerous. The Tengus can transform over water, the Striker cannot, but if you mess up those timings, the Tengus will be on the land, and the Chopper VX can just chip away at them indefinitely. OPShijiao moves into the middle. That sudden transport makes its way along the north side of the map. Chip damage on point defense drones does actually matter. They don't regen, and they do fall away. So every bit of chip damage, you can't just go back to the Mecha Bay and get some repairs. DutchArmy's engineer might be his saving grace. He has not shown himself superior in the Empire Mirror so far, but it could be the trick play and the tier 2 tech up that gets him the win here. OPShijiao has not countered with his own MCV cell, but he has countered with a third refinery and his own tier 2. So the Tengu mono unit battle has been broken. We are no longer just playing with only one toy on the playground. We're now actually bringing the whole toy chest to the front line here. Also, I love how OPShijiao has taken his limited number of Imperial Warriors and spread them out around the map, just again for that permanent vision, that nice map presence as he gets those pockets of brightness amongst all of the fog of war. Tsunami tanks are out for both players. That engineer is up in the north. And there is a possibility that if the engineer even just draws the units away from the front line, that could be an advantage. But you don't want to do it at the wrong time, because then the engineer gets sniped and you gain no advantage from it. Third refinery has been up and running for a little while. OPShijiao now at a comfortable, basically $700 per minute lead over DutchArmy. He's very comfortably ahead now. The oil derricks got eliminated a long time ago, so there's none of those kind of messing things up. A lot of chip damage on this Striker. Striker does go down. Point defense drones have expired, which means the timers are ready to reset, and they can be brought in at a moment's notice. This is a lot of Strikers from DutchArmy, but he doesn't have air control. Oh, MCV! War Factory gets grabbed. Oh my gosh! That took me by surprise. I didn't even realize. And that was the perfect move by DutchArmy. I was distracted. OPShijiao was distracted, and he finally got that $2,000 engineer, and DutchArmy has found a way back into this Empire match. He may not have air superiority. He may not have the Tengu numbers, but he has a second chance at this game as the War Factory goes down, as the harassment comes in. DutchArmy breathes life into this game. I was so focused on the engineer while it was doing nothing, and then I got distracted, and that was the perfect move because OPShijiao also got distracted. Tengu goes down, the chip damage comes in, the Tsunami tank will be annihilated here, but the Harvester will have to be rebuilt. So it is a trade, a Tsunami tank for a Harvester, lost mining time, and the Harvester costs more. In that sense, it is very good for DutchArmy. But when it comes to the straight-up fight, he's going to want every gun on that front line. He did have a little bit of a respite just because the Mecha Bay did not exist. He got himself a little bit of a cash boost. That MCV is paying big dividends. He got a cash boost from the MCV, and then he got a $900 and something cash boost from that Mecha Bay because it had a little bit of chip damage. Striker backs up. Walls coming in. Walls as force fields is something that we have seen be absolutely devastating in some cases. Players like Zugspitze who know how to use those walls well. Here's the tsunami bomb. It doesn't actually land. Striker needs to back up. Chopper goes down. And we're back to where we started. OPShijiao has had a hiccup. He's had an interruption. And DutchArmy is still way behind on economy. The harassment was good, but he hasn't been able to really change his overall tune. So he's still fighting the same fight. He's had a momentary advantage, but it's about to disappear. Point defense drones expire. There's the big transform. There's the big point defense drone coverage. Tsunami tanks clear out that vision. Finally, Dutch Army is making the map dark for OPShijiao. No more free intel, no more free information. And yeah, Dutch Army, he might be getting himself 2 bounties here, regardless of how this series goes, regardless of how this game goes. Harvester on dock means that he takes maximum damage and he never switches over to that gun. So it is going to be an absence of all of the strikers in the middle, and Dutch Army has instigated an attack in the north, which has drawn away part of the army, but he misses the timing on those strikers. If he had had the timing, then he would have been able to reverse on the Tengus and keep up the kills there. But the strikers get the tsunami in the north, and Dutch Army's attempt at the outplay falls flat once again. Mecha Bay has been back online for long enough. That third base has been online for long enough. OPShijiao has claimed a 5,000 credit total resources gathered advantage in a mirror matchup. Striker going to be doing some chip damage. Tengus move in. There's the transform. No counter transform from Dutch Army, so he just loses a Tengu. Tsunami versus Tsunami. These strikers can make things awkward. The control from both players really matters, and that striker goes down. Dutch Army going to be losing another unit. OPShijiao is so good at just chipping away units from his enemy's army, chipping them away one by one, and Dutch Army gets no kills. Every time they engage, OPShijiao gets the kills, and Dutch Army gets none. 4 tsunami tanks versus 4 tsunami tanks. Strikers are here as well. That better economy of OPShijiao keeps him in this game. Some more strikers on the front line. OPShijiao's unit lead is now a little bit more modest than it once was. He's only like 4 attacking units up, but he's still at that advantage. Point defense drones versus no point defense drones. Your best hope is to really just chip away at them. The micro is good, but it's not perfect. Tengu's coming forward, and Dutch Army just does not have the numbers or the unit control in these Empire mirror fights. Tsunami tanks dancing. OPShijiao is looking ready to commit in. Tengus go for the transform. Striker comes in, and it's going to be tank versus tank. The repairs aren't necessarily affecting all of these tanks. OPShijiao has the point defense drones versus none for Dutch Army. That parade push across the map, slow reinforcements one by one for OPShijiao. And OPShijiao turns around Dutch Army, trying to get a couple of extra kills. He just wants to chip away at this army as much as he can if he can turn these engagements around, but it doesn't happen. OPShijiao has the numbers. He pushes forward. There's going to be the striker going for the transform, getting a kill there, and OPShijiao dodges the falling body. He's going to get some damage onto the refinery. It's just chip damage for now, but it's the beginning of the end as OPShijiao smothers Dutch Army in the EVE. Dutch Army brings everything that he has to the table, and he is found wanting. Tsunami tank heads forward. Maybe a kill there. A little bit of splash damage. Striker's not really affected, and it's going to be the Emperor's Rage that fires off, catches a couple of Dutch Army's units, but they are on that nano deflector stuff, and they don't have any guns working at the current moment. OPShijiao breaks the refinery, cracks open the base of Dutch Army, and finds himself an angle maybe to end the game. Dutch Army strikes back. Those Tsunami tanks with that Emperor's Rage do so much damage, and OPShijiao has gained another foot of an advantage over Dutch Army. But he backs off. He's killed the refinery, but that is a long-term win. It does nothing to defeat the army of your opponent that already exists. OPShijiao has fresh point defense drones, and Dutch Army will never have point defense drones until he rebuilds that MCV, which I think we can say isn't going to happen. OPShijiao leads. He's got the numbers, he's got the armor. These strikers, they just cannot engage. And another tsunami tank goes down. The GG comes out, and DutchArmy will take the L 2 games in a row. OPShijiao showing domination here in this series. This best of 5 is looking a lot like the upper bracket finals. We're on the edge of a clean sweep. We're on the edge of a shutout.
DutchArmy played so incredibly well in that game as Empire. He was at a major disadvantage towards the end. You must consider that OP had been on 3 refineries the entire time and had point defense drones. Somehow Dutch was able to control his tank army and tier 2 unit composition so incredibly well that even towards the end, he was not at a unit's deficit. So we must acknowledge that Dutch is incredibly competent as an Empire player, which makes his pick of Empire kind of making sense. But where Dutch's losing mistake was made was when he sold MCV. I believe at the point, Dutch did not have a Tengu deficit until he sacrificed 2 Tengus trying to kill one of OP's harvesters, and then lost both of them and failed on the harvester kill. After that, Dutch was still not at that big of a disadvantage, so to pull a desperado move like selling MCV really was not the best decision because of how much value a player could squeeze out of point defense drones. So after forfeiting his defense drones, Dutch essentially just had to transition to tier 2 and opt for a less Tengu confrontational matchup, which he did his best to make work, but eventually OP was just able to very solidly and safely expand to the 3rd refinery, hold on to it until he was slowly able to steamroll Dutch eventually.
Welcome back to the AVE matchup you all thought you were getting. In the north, playing the Red Allies, this is DutchArmy. He's going for those walls. He's got that power plant, and we'll check in with him in just a moment because playing green, playing Empire, this is dominating the current game. This is OPShijiao. Truly leaning into the OP side of that OP name. It appears that his point of view truly is overpowering. Industrial strength. It is possibly a comfort pick here. We got to see Icebreaker there in game number 1. DutchArmy gets to choose map number 2, and he goes for Battle Base Beta, but he also goes for an Empire Mirror. And now we're going Industrial Strength, and I genuinely thought we were going to see a Cryo Rush. It is a map that a Cryo Rush can work, and it can be very strong, especially if you manage to get a Jav to the high ground, which typically in a Cryo Rush you don't have, but sometimes DutchArmy finds a way. And in this case, I was wrong. It's just like a very normal industrial strength kind of game. He's even going to be going for the quick move over to the 3rd refinery. He's got his dog scouting out the 3rd refinery location of his opponent. And this is just looking like a very straightforward game as we saw a piece of a building just eject off to the left side of the map. And DutchArmy is ready to go with this very standard, very straightforward, no trick style in game number 3. He's cleared many of the buildings, but he hasn't cleared that one. And for the current moment, both players take 1 oil derrick, and it's looking like a normal game from both. 3 Tengus out on the map. OPShijiao did not get the dojo block of that location. He is going to try and set it up now. He's got the Imperial Warrior to block for the current moment, and he will get the dojo block there. It's a little bit late, but he will find it eventually. Peacekeepers and Javs have cleared out pretty much all of the buildings, and the Peacekeepers hanging out near that building, hoping to knock down the Imperial Warriors as they rush forward. Peacekeepers moving forward, defending that oil derrick, and OPShijiao won't be able to hold on to this location forever. He will eventually have to give it up to DutchArmy. Apollos come in. Tengus as well. Go for the transform. They get the Vindicator. The Apollos are going to be able to trade back. How good is the micro from DutchArmy? It's not perfect. He loses one Apollo, but he does trade it back for a couple of Tengus. And the Apollo needs to survive for DutchArmy to feel good about this game. At least 2 Apollos do manage to escape, and the Tengus do not give chase. They return to base as DutchArmy goes for the 3rd refinery, gets his power back online, and gets his feet back under him. Okay, the Tengu did manage to move out. I was like, uh-oh, did OPShijiao just accidentally lose one of his Tengus into that Mecha Bay? Oil Derrick under threat. Imperial Warriors going to be rushing forward. The shield micro is good, but this means they can't actually defend that Oil Derrick. Good control by both players. Really good shield control by DutchArmy, and he will be able to push back these Imperial Warriors for the current moment. The Oil Derrick has gained a significant amount of health back, and the Vindicator is also back on the map. Lots of walls here for DutchArmy. No one has gone for that center of the map garage just yet. DutchArmy might actually want to... I'm actually kind of surprised DutchArmy didn't just snipe it at the beginning of the map, because it's fine to play a game without it, but to give that option to your opponent can be very dangerous. It's the Tengu spam once again. OPShijiao apparently not liking to play allied mirrors, but he does like to build Tengus. And this is the kind of one-trick pony of Empire that we have seen many Empire players win with. It's all about Tengus. It's not necessarily about unit variety. It's about how you use them, how well you micro them, where you send them. It's about the strategy and the tactics level. It's about the micro of those units and not about the composition. IFVs are out. This can make it a little bit of a tricky situation for the Tengu player. If you get that transform at the wrong time and there's 3 or 4 IFVs nearby, you're fighting Apollos and you think you're going to win, and then suddenly IFVs just shred you. But we'll see. Tengus move in. They get some chip damage on those Apollos. There's the big transform. IFVs are going to run for the hills, and there's no Vindicator here to get an insta-snipe on one of these Tengus. As you can see, Tengus often turn into a line as they go around corners, and sometimes we'll see a Vindicator come in, snipe that front Tengu, and buy some more space. Apollos come back in. Nothing goes down. Chip damage everywhere, but the chips are here with no salsa. It's just plain chips doing nothing. Guardian comes in. Walls come up, drafting those walls to block off that Guardian. And OPShijiao, he was a little bit slow on that 3rd refinery compared to DutchArmy, but he did get it eventually. And now it will be a harassed, but I think this is just a distraction play by DutchArmy. Okay, he's bringing in the cryo shot. He will not get the harvester? Okay, misses the harvester, and the Guardian tank will die. You don't have honorable discharge anymore, so Guardian tank won't get the kill on that harvester. Oil Derrick going down. Okay. DutchArmy fighting for his life. Every inch matters, and a 4th refinery could give OPShijiao the edge that he needs to shut out this tournament with a clean 3-0, moving on to a rematch versus Andrey. Tengus circling around. DutchArmy, I feel like tier 2 is good, but he needs either cryocopters and then a way to force the ground engagement, or he needs to go for that tier 3 and play towards the artillery angle. Oil Derrick finally goes down. Engineer should be sent to this. Do we not have an engineer anywhere? No barracks, no engineer. So it's going to be a ground fight for DutchArmy, but he's just happy to roll without the garage. It's not an essential factor, but it would be nice to have repairs when your tournament life is on the line, when you're in the lower bracket down 0-2. DutchArmy getting outclassed on Icebreaker, but he's looking to break that curse, change the results here in game number 3. DutchArmy pushes in. Tengus do manage to find some Apollos. A trade back there with the IFVs would be nice, but if you can kill off the refinery, then that's a fair trade. Keep in mind, behind this, OPShijiao has taken the 4th out on the water, so losing his 3rd still just puts him on even footing economically with DutchArmy. OPShijiao goes from a lead in economy to even Steven with DutchArmy. And there's the Athena Cannon. Now, Athena Cannons, like all allied units, are still vulnerable to the classic Tengu transform. And it can go either way. We've seen the Tengu Transformer, who sends his Tengus down, gets the surround on the artillery, snipes it, and makes it easy pickings. But we've also seen those games where the Tengu Transformer transforms his Tengus, and they just get obliterated in a second, and then suddenly he's lost the air superiority, he's lost the option of fighting in the sky, and his ground army just gets picked apart. DutchArmy is certainly hoping to keep things moving, to keep his tournament life on the line, and, well, he'll snipe a tank buster as his first move. I imagine he wanted to go for that refinery, but he will get the harvester out there on the water, a sneaky cryo shot while this army is taking the attention of OPShijiao. That is how DutchArmy extended his life in the last game, the sneaky plays around the edge of the map. Aegis Shield does pop. There are Mirage tanks, there are Guardians, and there are IFVs chipping away at those units in the sky. As much as you can take down those point defense drones, it's good for DutchArmy. OPShijiao has been dominating this series, and he's on the edge of making it a clean sweep. A lot of tank busters here. 2 more do get sniped. DutchArmy desperately wanting to keep this Athena Cannon alive. Gets jumped on, gets killed. One of those tank busters nearly going golden there as the Tengus will descend. Gonna split up the army, and DutchArmy hoping to divide this force so that he can conquer those tank busters. As soon as they close the distance, they shred allied armor, but they can't always close the distance. Mirage tank on the high ground. DutchArmy trying to draw this out as long as possible. And not often do you say, wow, this allied player needs more peacekeepers. But this allied player needs more peacekeepers. And he's going to be moving in. Now, Mirage tank will be able to potentially snipe some of these. Chopper VX will be able to take that engagement and make it an Empire win, sniping that Mirage tank, sniping those Guardians, and it looks like DutchArmy is going to be standing here in the middle of the map. OPShijiao's tank busters slice and dice as they look for those kills. Athena Cannon is back online. The artillery advantage gave DutchArmy the ability to pick apart that army earlier, and he's looking to do that once again. Riptide kills off the Harvester, and suddenly OPShijiao's economy is not as strong as he once would like. Right as this refinery gets established, it will be denied. It will be killed. Dutch, you gotta wait until it's actually frozen, and he does finally get the kill. Just allied things. You click one button, and down goes a refinery. This Riptide didn't attack that refinery. He wasn't queued up to do that, but DutchArmy is poking and prodding at this base. He's looking for the next game, but it will be OPShijiao's map choice. DutchArmy will be fighting on the back foot on a map that his opponent likes. If he's able to win here, the story doesn't end. He has to keep up the wins, but killing your opponent's FCV is a really good way to do that. He grabbed that garage. It gives this army so much more longevity, and that artillery just chipping away at that army, deleting unit after unit. The Tengus are going to come in. The last hurrah of the Empire. He goes for the transform. He may get the Athenas, but can he stop everything else? The Aegis Shield pops, but the Athena goes down, and DutchArmy stands strong here in game number 3. Down 0-2, but not done. Still fighting with breath in his lungs. Imperial warriors chipping away at that garage. trying to find a little bit of an advantage. OPShijiao had a huge economy advantage earlier, but that has been disappearing as DutchArmy's 3 refineries have hardly been touched the entirety of this game, and the 4+ refineries of OPShijiao have been harassed, have been knocked down, have had to be rebuilt. They have not been actually working, and now OPShijiao down to just 1 refinery in the main base. It's feeling like last game. You know that you're done, but you're still fighting it out, hoping against hope that you can turn something around, that Tengus will suddenly kill Mirage tanks, that Peacekeepers won't kill tank busters, and that an MCV will crush it all, but it just doesn't happen. DutchArmy gets his first win in this lower bracket semi-final, finally putting a point on the board and stopping OPShijiao's domination of this series.
We have seen quite a bit of aggression from DutchArmy, which is a good thing to see. He's not holed up in his base anymore. Earlier on, his engagements weren't as good. He did lose about 400 worth of value in the first aerial engagement, but he actually kind of switched off of the air combat and actually went down to the ground, which probably was the right choice here, seeing as he has been basically losing every single air battle from now in this series against OPShijiao. He lost the Apollos versus, and Vindicators versus Tengus in the first game on Icebreaker, and he has been losing a lot more Tengus than OPShijiao in the second game in the Empire Mirror as well. So here, deciding to switch off of the air train, so to say, stop building air units, go more into the ground style, seemingly really won him the game here. Also, the harassment was really good. He's been actually landing all the cryo shots and the cryo blasts. He killed 1 harvester of a cryo shot at least, and a whole refinery with the cryoblast, as Sybert pointed out, so that was absolutely huge to his victory.
Dutch actually made a very, very good choice by basically rushing to tier 3. So I was wondering at the time why he was still using cryo shots, not realizing that it was still quite early on in the game, even though tier 3 was already on the board. So by getting Athena cannons, Dutch was basically forcing his opponent to engage him, putting his opponents on the defensive. OP was constantly trying to break to the Athena, otherwise he would basically lose his base refineries. Whereas I believe what OP could have done differently was that Dutch, as Zats pointed out earlier, was not exactly focusing on playing the air battle. What OP could have done was to actually swing battles, swing the Tengus to Dutch's back rank, try to take out some harvesters, since there are not enough Vindicators to contest with Tengus. Meanwhile, a ground army on the front, trying to take down OP's base, really was not able to respond to any such backline harassments. And the thing is, OP actually held for quite a while against the tier 3 army. If he had been able to cut off Dutch's resources supply, Dutch's tier 3 army would have eventually withered down.
Deep Sea will be the battleground. So we get Empire versus Empire on Battle Base Beta, and then we get here Deep Sea for game number 4. And it is still a tough spot for this guy in the top left-hand corner, but he finally has a little bit of life in him. This is DutchArmy. And in the bottom right-hand side, plain purple, plain Empire, this is OPShijiao. He has been dominating this series, but it's not over yet. It's not all done. It is going to be decided possibly here on this map, and it will be up to this EVA to either take us to the ace match at game number 5, or be the shutout, well, the closing game and the win for OPShijiao. Airfield for the allied player, but of course it's a very normal looking opener. And it kind of feels weird after seeing so many ultra aggressive games this tournament, seen so many, and even in Relic 3 Masters as well, seen so many super aggressive games, seen so many non-standard macro games that, like, well, this has just been kind of a couple of standard macro games in a row. And, well, the last one did indeed favor DutchArmy. He goes for the one bomb on all 3 of those Imperial Warriors. Doesn't actually kill the Imperial Warrior, but it does mean those Peacekeepers can very quickly cycle through and just slay many, many Imperial Warriors when they come in to engage. So nice bomb splitting from DutchArmy, but he really needs those Peacekeepers to finish off this attack. And OPShijiao, very nice to get that very, very early kill. DutchArmy, he's going to the low ground. This is not the typical expansion path that we see. This refinery on the high ground is what you normally go for, and instead DutchArmy is positioned a little bit in that low ground, maybe going for a third, maybe going for a turret push kind of position. Anything is possible, and okay, never mind. DutchArmy just goes back up to the high ground. He's got this Imperial Warrior group that he has to contend with that he is worried about. We have seen this tear allied players apart. You get that big group of Imperial Warriors, and you can see they actually do healthy damage to an MCV. They do healthy damage to buildings. Apollo dies as it tries to transform down to the deck, and the Tengus will escape. Barracks does get redeployed. Engineer could be brought out to save this MCV. Multi-gunner turret is ready. It can be deployed. A Peacekeeper can jump inside of that. And actually, he's going to go for the chop. Bonsai charge as he chops those Peacekeepers and stops them from jumping in that multi-gunner turret. The rest of the Imperial Warriors overwhelm that DutchArmy. Low on cash, but so is OPShijiao. And it's going to be Tengus and Imperial Warriors leading the charge here as DutchArmy looks like he is flat out of options. OPShijiao banking those Tengus, 7 of them sitting here, 8 of them sitting here ready to go. The Vindicators, 3 of them on the deck, scared to death of those flying Tengus. One Apollo is here. He's going to go for the fight. The Apollo, big swoopy motion. The Vindicators finally managed to clear out most of the Imperial Warriors, but there's still a healthy number of Imperial Warriors left, and the Peacekeepers will have to deal with them. Multi-gunner turrets getting some good shots in, but there just isn't enough coverage for DutchArmy, and Deep Sea is maybe looking like a deep grave for our allied player. A Javelin Soldier is nice, but a Bonsai Charge chops him down. The slice and dice comes through, but another Tengu falls from the sky, and DutchArmy, he's got the air power to kill that ground army, but as long as the Tengus stay in the sky, they are basically untouchable. MCV repositions. DutchArmy spending a lot of his time just trying to survive, defending with his tournament life on the line. Jav is going to go down. Building gets cleared. And the Tengu goes for the kill on the Harvester. A bit more damage, but it's not the end of the road for that Harvester. It is the end of the road for that Tengu. More Tengus swinging in. 3 reinforcements from OPShijiao, and he will transform on top of a Harvester. DutchArmy, he's got 1 Harvester, but it's so low on HP, it hasn't even been collecting anything. His economy is now completely flatlined. It's at 0. No oil derrick, no working Harvester. He's hoping to keep his production up, but he's desperately pushing against the wall, and it just doesn't budge. Another multi-gunner turret gets out. That Javelin kill was pretty critical there for OPShijiao. It gives him essentially total air superiority, total air control over DutchArmy's base. And DutchArmy finally making his base safe, but it is a brief reprieve here as OPShijiao has a terrifying number of Tengus. Not a lot of cash in the bank for either player, but one of them has been harassing and the other one has been struggling to survive. DutchArmy, it looked like he was moving for a fast third on the low ground, and the story has been too sad for a third refinery since then. Desperately defending, OPShijiao just dominating with these Tengus. And, wait a second. That's a big boost of cash. OPShijiao might be missing an MCV on this map. He might be... Okay, no, he just moved it there. It's not a sell-off. I was like, that is a curious move from OPShijiao, but maybe he's got something specific in mind. But no, he is just moving it for a third refinery. He's ahead. He's looking to get more ahead, hoping that he can continue this lead in this game. DutchArmy has gone for the second airfield and sold it off. He is switching direction every moment of the game. He spins a different way, hoping maybe pure confusion will defeat his opponent, and a fourth refinery comes out for OPShijiao. He is in comfort mode. He is not worried about this allied player. He believes his Tengu army can stop anything and everything that DutchArmy throws his way. And okay, it is going to be a war factory. DutchArmy might need to pull out some kind of sneaky engineer cap move. He might need to pull out some kind of unorthodox thinking to make some headway in this game. War Factory is here. It's taken DutchArmy nearly 8 minutes to get there, but he finally has decided on a course of action, and it's going to be up against a four refinery, very comfortable Empire player. Cryo shot fires off. Harvester goes for the dodge. Nice, easy avoid for that Harvester. And the lack of cryocopters in these games has led to maybe certain disadvantages for the allied player. These Tengu numbers have been so oppressive that those cryocopters can never find a place in these games. It's just all about things that are not cryo. Two Vindicators get sniped. There's the big transform to go for the IFVs. DutchArmy trades back maybe one or two Tengus, but doesn't get the same kind of value as sniping those Vindicators, especially when the Empire player has 4 refineries and DutchArmy has 2. That third refinery not working very hard for DutchArmy. Another wall or another multi-gunner turret will buy some time, but it doesn't change the course of this river. DutchArmy could try and, now that he's got this command hub coming up, out of desperation more than anything, he could potentially move his MCV and still have a bit of build radius there. He does go tier 2. We have the option of cryocopters. If DutchArmy can ever gain control of the skies, there would be the opportunity of cryocopters, but he also might just be thinking that his best play is in the late game. Big transform from those Tengus. They're only able to box in one of the IFVs. The other IFV will maybe die because it's slow on exit, but no, he does survive barely with any HP there. But DutchArmy found a win in game number 3 with a ground army on industrial strength, and he's looking for that once again against what will soon be a 6-7 refinery Empire player. I didn't realize how much OPShijiao was styling in this game, but he believes not in 5 refineries per player, but in 6 and 7 refineries per player. And DutchArmy fortunately has a Riptide in position, so he can snipe one of these refineries, but not much more than that. Tsunami tank, or Guardian tank, will get sniped by those Tengus. Denied the cryo shot twice on this Harvester. DutchArmy swings and misses, but he will at least draw the attention of the Tengus out here to the left side of the map. DutchArmy knows about some of these expansions, but I don't think he knows about all of them. And when you're up against a 7 refinery Empire player, there's very little that you can do. 3 refinery allies versus, okay, 6 refinery Empire player. He's killed a couple of Harvesters. Okay. A little bit of a gonna shoot the ground. Maybe if he blows up the whole map, he'll take down the Empire player with him. Apollo getting a couple of shots here, but it doesn't matter when you've got this many Tengus. If you lose 1 or 2, they go crashing down to the ground, and guess what? You still have like 14 Tengus flying around. Tank busters are here. XYHC or Zads mentioned how in that last game the tier 3 came up, and after that the tank busters begun building, and it was almost enough, but Here, the tank busters are already online. The psionic decimator is here. The nanoswarm core is here. OPShijiao is rich with 8.7k, nearly 9k per minute. And I'm guessing another cryo shot or cryo blast is about to come in. DutchArmy is at least keeping up the harass. He's attacking some of these spots, but he is not finding the wins overall. And this is, I guess, just the slowest scout we've ever seen. The Harvester does go down to the Riptide. DutchArmy finds a lot of these expansions. His scouting is not leaving him blind as he splits off a Riptide here or there. OPShijiao loses another refinery, but OPShijiao is up 22,000 credits in total resources gathered here in game number 4. He is going for the complete kill, not the fast play. And this is giving DutchArmy an opportunity to go up to potentially tier 3. He's got a cryocopter out. He still hasn't dealt with the Tengus, so it remains to be seen how effective this cryocopter actually will be. And there is the docks core. So that's a tier 3 dojo, that's a tier 3 mecha bay, and this is going to be a potential Shogun production facility out there on the water. Wave Force towers as well. This is not what you expect to see. And DutchArmy is going to be able to pick up a couple of tank buster kills here. Okay, not bad necessarily. Tank busters versus peacekeepers. The allied player is going to be happy with that. Little Riptide harass over here, but DutchArmy didn't quite finish the move command over to that location. And a Wave Force tower gives a bit of an anchor for this Empire army, but they choose not to engage. Yuriko is here, and that could be a pain point for the allied player. As the engineer is going for the capture once again. The Empire Mecha Bay gets sold off by the allied player. That's twice. And plus he did this in the grand finals of Masters. There is something about DutchArmy and his opponent's war factories. He just loves capturing them with engineers so much. He takes them away from his opponent, and statistically he tends to lose those games. But he still manages to do it. He has curbed a number of these refineries. He has clipped the economic wings of this Empire player, but he is still not in the driver's seat of this game. They have both signed a pact where they were like, we're going to fight it out for the first 4 minutes, and then we're going to take 10 minutes off, and we're going to build up. And that is what you are seeing here. This is the result of no rush. 10 minutes as another engineer exits to the south. There is an Imperial warrior there for the spot. We'll be able to see what's going on. Shrink comes through. Where is this IFV going? He's going deep into enemy territory. He is going for the super weapon, and he will not get it. It was a nice attempt, but it ultimately did fail there, as on the front line, the Wave Force artillery gets shrunk down, gets frozen. DutchArmy just doing allied things, and he does split off, I think, a Riptide over here to harass, but he at least knows about the naval yard now. He knows that that's a potential Shogun production facility. It hasn't been teched up because as soon as OPShijiao started playing goofy, he started playing big. He's starting to lose some of his control, so that hasn't been teched up just yet. He's been focusing on rebuilding his super weapons and being playing not necessarily to win the game, but for the style points. And if he gets one good engagement, it's still over for DutchArmy. He's looking for that now. The Tengus have never been dealt with. The cryocopters get shredded, and DutchArmy decides to go all in with this ground army. It's going to be a cryo blast on top of that Mecha Bay. That's the rebuilt Mecha Bay, and he will buy some time, but the Tengus cannot be dealt with. Yuriko comes to the front line, and she might even grab a tank on exit. They get bunched up. That Red Alert 3 pathing coming back to almost end one of those Guardian tanks in the sky as Yuriko lifts it high. And finally, the Empire might has been brought to bear. It's there on the front line. It's pushing towards the Allied base. The cryocopters have been dealt with, and this MCV is about to take a shot to the face. I do like the pack-up of the MCV. Right as that Wave Force Artillery gets to full charge, he packs up his MCV, which of course breaks the attack command. 2 Riptides on the north side. DutchArmy, he is doing what he can, but even with all of his trick plays and all of his attempts, he's only got a minute left on the clock until that Psionic Decimator is ready to go. Cryocopters gave him some avenue, some opportunity, but of course it did not win him the game. And now he's going for it again. The sneaky play along the outside. He's looking for the distraction on the front line and the engineer cap on the back line. If he steals a Psionic Decimator at 45 seconds and then nukes his opponent's army, that might be the greatest play of the tournament. The engineer comes out. There's no sell-off. The engineer doesn't come out. He's focused on the front line. The Wave Force Artillery going to be blasting away at that MCV, which grabbed an engineer, healed up back to full health, and he gets the Psionic Decimator, resets the timer, and he manages to stop the destruction from coming in. He gets that super weapon, but it might spell the end of the game for him regardless. He denies one path to victory, but he can't deny the other. The army still exists, and he evacuates his main base. DutchArmy pushes forward onto the map and says, let's fight somewhere else. Come to me if that's how you want to play. He moves over. If only he had more than one engineer, as this Psionic Decimator is going to need to be sold off, and DutchArmy will get the engineer kill as that Imperial Warrior gets denied. And the GG comes out. I have to assume that that is DutchArmy leaving the game, as the game did freeze for a little bit of a moment there, but I don't think that was a crash. DutchArmy gives it his all. He fights as much as he can. He provides infinite entertainment, but in the end, it is the superior play of the Empire that wins the day.
Right, so as we could see here, Red Alert 3 is a incredibly snowbally game. So basically what allowed OP to play in such an arrogant manner, getting Wave Force Towers, getting Yuriko, as well as a bunch of super weapons right at the front line, was really because Dutch made 3 Vindicators right at the start, which I believe must have been a misclick. Nobody would really play an Allies versus Empire matchup with 3 Vindicators and no Apollos to fight Tengus, because with only a single Apollo there, you're never going to be putting those Vindicators to use. And earlier on, of course, OP had a good number of Imperial Warriors. Those could have been controlled if Dutch had placed his turrets properly in the back and then got Peacekeeper inside. But instead, he basically dropped turrets right on top of the warriors and had the turrets die. So after that, OP was able to just basically control the entire game. He played incredibly safe, basically just spamming Tengu the entire time.
That game for sure was something to behold. Was a really impressive sight and a really good performance from OPShijiao. As especially mentioned previously, there was a mistake earlier in the game from DutchArmy. He built one too many Vindicators, didn't have enough slots for an Apollo, and got overwhelmed by Tengus. But I mean, despite even that, OPShijiao's like second most built unit almost seemed like. That is the case, that it is the refinery core. I mean, he had all those Tengus, but other than those Tengus, he basically spammed refinery cores for the majority of that game. He had that pillow sort of breathing room that DutchArmy's mistake gave him to be able to go into that much eco.
Welcome to Infinity Isle. Welcome to the lower bracket best of 7 final. He is the Chaos King. He is the Blue Allies. This is Andrey! And on the right side, showing domination, styling on everyone. He can't be stopped. This is OPShijiao! But it is worth saying, the last time these guys met, it was not close. Andrey dominated 2-0. That was in the first round of the tournament. OPShijiao got knocked down to the lower bracket in the beginning and has been fighting his way back in ever since. And now the rematch has happened. It's no best of 3. It's no quick and dirty match. It's 7 games potentially here for these players. It's a cryo rush from the Allies, but it's a tank buster annoyance from the Empire. The MCV will shrink down. It's going along the southern edge of the map. Andrey wants to get that MCV over there as fast as possible, and I guess he's decided that is the way to go. Barracks does get shut down. Tank Buster will be annoying. With no MCV, you can't rebuild those walls to cut off these Tank Buster attacks. If he loses this building right here, this airfield, OPShijiao is just gonna dominate this game, apparently, as that's it. He goes golden as well. He is ready to tango. He's got his dance shoes on, and he says, there's no stopping me. You can't stop me. I'm here to kill this entire tournament. You may have knocked me down to the lower bracket 0-2, but it's not going to be an 0-2 start. He has got himself a fantastic spot to deal with this cryo rush, but it's not over yet. Andrey has 2 refineries. He has a proxy airfield now, and he's actually going to be body blocking his MCV with the proxy airfield. Multi-gunner turret is here. Dojo is here, so more tank busters could potentially come out onto the map. MCV is going to build those walls, and Dojo is going to be maybe the name of the game here. On the other side of the map, it got out 1 tank buster into a building, and now here, it's here to deliver the ground damage to Andrey. But the turret push is started. The Chaos King is here, and this is where he thrives. This is where he lives. He's going to get that oil derrick. He's going to knock down one of those economic pillars of OPShijiao. And I just realized we need to clear out the map score as well, as OPShijiao is looking to clear out this multi-gunner turret. He does manage to clear out the multi-gunner turret, but of course with 3 Apollos nearby, it's difficult for those Tengus to break the cryocopter. They could commit in, all of them transform and go for the kill on the cryocopter. They would certainly get it, but they would pay a price for it. Apollos are near, in position. Tengus might just have to jump on that cryocopter. Multi-gunner turret impedes on the buildings of OPShijiao. Cryocopter gets tagged. Tengus are going to deal with the Apollos. They can win them. They can beat them in the 1v1 fight in a straight-up match. The Tengus dominate the skies, and now the air power has been decimated, but so has the Tengu count, as OPShijiao looks to take down a Tier 2 Mecha Bay. Walls will save it, extending out the game, but the Cryocopter has gone down, and the Tier 2 Mecha Bay gets denied that production. One unit tried to sneak out, but a Vindicator just got the kill immediately there. And the GG comes out, and it looks like someone did win that game. I'm assuming Andrey lost, but maybe there's a world in which OPShijiao actually left that game and thought that it was over. But I'm going to assume that Andrey just tapped out there. And that is our first game done and dusted. 4 minutes and 33 seconds. Has OPShijiao broke the curse of the winning streak that Andrey had?
I do believe that it most likely was, in fact, Andrey tapping out, as he was losing his entirety, all of his sources of income there in the form of his refinery in the back, because that Harvester was getting killed by the Tengu of OPShijiao, and there really wasn't much there on the field to stop it. Also, the Cryocopter died to the Tengus, which was a really big win for OPShijiao there. I do believe Andrey did make a huge mistake in letting OPShijiao kill his airfield earlier, and that's actually probably the primary reason why that push failed initially.
I found it very curious that OP was actually able to set up a dojo right inside of Andrey's base. You normally don't see tank busters making it into the hut that's in the allied base. Maybe Andrey was a little late on trying to freeze the dojo or something that went wrong. But otherwise, once the tank busters were able to occupy the hut, I thought it could have been just a better idea for Andrey to forfeit his base. His airfield is refinery, just throw them away and just don't even try to protect it and actually put the cryo to work. Because he could just set up a forward airbase later on, and if he was able to take down at least one of OP's refineries, he would still be able to gain back some economy. Because the most deadly thing about cryo turret push is that you are forcing your opponents to defend against cryo while trying to build warriors for turrets. But because Andrey never really puts cryo to work, OP did not really have the pressure to be building against cryo rush, which basically made the countering of a turret push quite a breeze, even though it got close towards the end. And as Zaz pointed out, the wall blocks were amazing in saving the Mecha Bay.
It's an old familiar place that we've seen time and time again. In the north, playing the blue allies, fitting in perfectly with that theme. This is Andrey. The beginning of this tournament, we talked about it. He knocked down his opponent 0-2, but it will not be a shutout in that direction, at least. Not this time, because striking back, coming back through the lower bracket for an amazing run, this is OPShijiao. Definitely putting the OP in OPShijiao as he takes game number 1, a cryo rush with some dangerous mistakes. Okay, you know, a Mecha Bay that doesn't deploy, that's pretty annoying. A little bit of a delay on the Mecha Bay there. Shouldn't be that big of a problem. It is going to be the Naval Yard. Riptides, Javs, they can be a powerful combination for any allied player. And this is going to be very late Tengus. Now this is concerning. Now I'm worried that this Mecha Bay, like, bugged out more than once, because it's moved its position. Either OPShijiao is just very busy on the other side of the map, or this is a big problem. Andrey, there's something wrong with this Mecha Bay. Andrey lost that game by just a few millimeters in a couple of different moments. He missed the kill on the dojo before it set up in his main base. He misplayed, well, I don't know if it was a misplay, but OPShijiao blocked him from killing that Mecha Bay by just a couple percentage points of HP. And if a couple of things had gone only very slightly differently, OPShijiao would have potentially lost that game number 1, and Andrey would have been in a different situation. Now, OPShijiao's late Mecha Bay, delayed by about 30 seconds, maybe won't actually be that big of a deal because there is not aggression on the other side of the map. The Riptides are still on the Andrey side of the map. They are making their way to the middle. They are potentially going to be continuing to the south, but for the current moment, it was not a fast cross-map kind of a play by Andrey. Tank busters have pretty much all been eliminated. Those Vindicators making short work of those laser-cutting boys on the ground. And Andrey now set up to take a potential third base out there on the water, or maybe he even wants to clear out this wall. And I guess he will take the central refinery location there in towards the middle of the map. OPShijiao, we've seen him play that two refinery Tengu style, and we have also seen him play goofball 7 refinery styling on your opponent kind of a style. Either way, OPShijiao is an opponent that you do not want to underestimate. Ore refinery comes up. Third ref is here. OPShijiao may have the oil derrick, but Andrey has the refinery. Now the question is defending. With the Naval Yard and a couple of Riptides, it does give an option. As long as those Javs stay alive, the anti-air can be extremely powerful. Okay, not so much when the Bonsai Charge is on top of these Riptides. You can't really pop Javs when Bonsai Charge is present. But Andrey has a solid setup at his front door. His back door is not necessarily as well defended. One Mecha Bay, sheesh, an allied player building a Mecha Bay, that's not something I want to see. What an allied Tengu would be in this game is going to be dead because those Javs all get jumped on. They did not get that anti-air damage that they were looking for. The Riptides get shot up. The multi-gunner turret will force a bit of a dance here with these Tengus. They take some heavy damage, but with only one Vindicator, you can't kill Tengus on the ground very quickly. It takes time to refuel and head back to the front line. The Apollos will clip the wing of one Tengu, but the other Tengus are here. Their brethren are in trouble. One Apollo goes down, trades it back for two Tengus. That's going to be happy for the allied player with how many Tengus he's cut down in the last minute. Andrey is going to be feeling so much better about game number 2 than he has about a lot of the other matches that he's played recently. Low power mode for a minute here for Andrey. He needs to unpack that MCV to get himself back in range, and he will. A slightly more favorable location. No third refinery just yet from our Purple Empire player, as OPShijiao manages to keep the Tengu numbers pumping with his just 2 refinery economy. And this is, you know, very stock standard for what we often see in the AVE matchup. Andrey has chosen Fire Island, and we'll see if he's actually able to clean up on this map. Couple of jabs. I love the jabs as long as the Tengus are in the air. I like this move from Andrey. And it's kind of weird to say, you know, Andrey kind of feels like the underdog in this match because of how well OPShijiao has been doing. But power plant getting targeted. OPShijiao trying to get as much value as he can. These Tengus are being picked apart, but finally low power mode means that the Tengus have some safety while those multi-gunner turrets are offline. Andrey manages to pick up another kill on another Tengu, and whoa, that Tengu, he's going to get a couple of jabs as he dies, but that is not what he was trying to do. He kind of got separated out from his friends, and if another power plant will be getting sniped. OPShijiao, he's losing Tengus, but he is finding value anywhere he can. Multi-gunner turret comes up. Boop, back down as low power takes Andrey's base over. And Andrey having such a difficult time keeping the lights on as these Tengus harass him step by step. OPShijiao seems to always get something back. Even when he's losing his Tengus, he seems to always manage to find an angle where something works out. Okay, that Harvester, okay, he's back to work. I was a little bit concerned for Andrey, but OPShijiao gets that third up and running, and Andrey spots it basically immediately. Andrey knows that that refinery is now going to be taken and that the economic advantage is shrinking. Andrey has that oil derrick. He has those 4 refineries. They're just not necessarily always working, but they are now. He's going to be feeling good about that. An allied player can often survive without an economic advantage if they can keep their units alive. They're one of those factions that can survive on efficiency more than raw numbers. But in this case, he's got both. He's got the economic advantage, and he's keeping his Apollos alive. He's taken care of them, and this is the Andrey that we wanted to see. Game 1, he tries to cause chaos, and it backfires. Game 2, he plays standard, and he just shows his strong mechanics and his basic skill. Instead of trying to go for something that's a little bit out there, he's just going for something that's a little bit more normal. And so far, it's yielding good results. 6K per minute for Andrey, up 2.2K or 1.2K over his opponent, depending on where those numbers actually settle out. 2.1K right now, but Andrey still at a comfortable lead in this stage of the game. Oh, this infantry army. It can very easily be taken down, but with that black hole armor helping to guide the infantry forward, the assault destroyer changes the equation. They're way far away from that black hole armor, so here's an easy way to pick up a couple of kills, but it's not going to be the end of the road for this allied army as that assault destroyer manages to get a couple of hits back. And now things are turning around as Andrey has had that superior economy for a couple of minutes. It's really paying off. Multiple assault destroyers. He can trade out a couple of Apollos. That's fine. And the assault destroyers, they're just going to be difficult for OPShijiao to deal with. He just does not have the units out that can easily handle assault destroyers. And is he just going to try and trade out? He's going to go kind of kamikaze on the other side of the map and get as much damage done as he can. And Andrey is okay with that. Yeah, kill a power plant or two. If I'm gutting your whole main base, if I've got cryocopters shrinking your MCV, killing your harvesters with my riptides, you can take down a couple of power plants. You can even take down my whole airfield because your entire base is going to get gutted. Cryocopter gets eviscerated. Vindicator goes down. Apollos don't stand a chance because the Emperor's rage is raging here on these Tengus, and he can get more damage done. But unless he kills the entire base of Andrey with his 5 Tengus, Andrey is going to slice and dice or be ready to send him into the onto the chopping block as he's turning OPShijiao into soup here in game number 2. When you got harvesters and they're sort of your most competent attacking unit, things have gone poorly. Andrey may lose these units. I don't know, this black hole armor is pretty tough, so he may lose these units, but he's got so much space to do whatever he wants behind this. Bonsai charge cuts down on 2 of those jabs. A 3rd jab gets chopped up, and the 4th will go down. The MCV and the War Factory are safe from the jabs, but not from the assault destroyers. As Andrey struggles in game number 1, he comes through clear and easy in game number 2, and finally we have a series on our hands. OPShijiao got dominated by Andrey in their first series in this tournament, and OPShijiao looked like he was going to dominate Andrey in this series, but Andrey fights back. He finds the will, he finds the way on Fire Island.
It was really difficult when we saw that OP had to go for had to play the match with a massive handicap there in the beginning, where the Mecha Bay refused to deploy multiple times, even though the core was moving around. So with that handicap and Andrey going for Riptide Javelin combos, it almost pretty much just spelled OP's demise at the moment. However, Andrey was actually unaware of how far behind his opponent was with the Tengu productions, so had he actually run the Riptides past all of the Imperial warriors, because of course Riptides are much faster, had he just run into OP space at the moment and unleashed all of those javelins onto the refineries, onto the Mecha Bay that was still building, it would have been game over right away. However, I do believe Andrey could have benefited from better earlier scouting, because he was actually even unaware of there being Tengus and was instead bombing all of the warriors instead.
The unfortunate thing that happened to OPShijiao was his Mecha Bay not deploying, which did cost him a lot of Tengus early on. He simply did not have the production to make them, and it really went downhill from there. He just kept trying to harass and losing more and more Tengus, just taking bad engagements left, right, and center, and just not having enough Tengus in the end to really try and contest Andrey in the sky or even on the ground, really. And it was really just going downhill for OPShijiao. He was unable to establish proper map control like he was with basically any other opponent that we've seen so far. And I will remind you guys that Andrey is the player that has knocked down OPShijiao into the lower brackets in the first place, and he might just be the player to knock OPShijiao even completely out of the event. But here we're going to be hopping into game number 3 on Icebreaker.
The story has been of domination in a lot of cases, but will it continue here on Icebreaker? In the north, playing the Allies, this is Andrey. And in the south, playing the Green Empire. Nope, playing the Soviets. That's right, this is OPShijiao. We cannot figure out how to label this guy because apparently he does everything and he does it all really well. We've talked about it in the pregame. If you're just tuning in, well, welcome to the matches. We talked about this in the pregame. OPShijiao has yet to lose a game on this map. Icebreaker, one way or another, is his to dominate. Andrey dominated OPShijiao at the beginning of the tournament, but that domination ended with that last game, and, well, OPShijiao is hoping a different kind of domination can take place here. That's a lot of infantry. This is a dual Rax conscriptor who is really living up to his name. Everyone is joining the army today because they are going to be taking over the middle of the map. Everyone has a house, everyone has a building, and they are going to be looking to dominate and control that center of the map. We've seen it time and time again. If you don't hold down that center, you have to play very intentionally around avoiding the center, and we've seen that typically with aircraft. Andrey, what are you doing? Actually, I don't think he has a lot of flax. I don't think there are really any flax in this army. So deploying some buildings here, they're not going to get knocked down as quickly as when you have flax in these buildings. Flax in these buildings just absolutely shred those anything that the allied player builds, and that is a very aggressive MCV placement. Andrey has had some warm-up games on this map before, and even though the building has been taken, it's already down to half health, and there's only conscripts in there. Andrey is looking to put the pressure directly on his opponent, but the flax have now been built. OPShijiao is looking for that prime placement. What is Andrey's plan here? Okay, multi-gunner turret gets deployed. MCV getting chunked down. Those flax hitting hard. They knock down that MCV armor incredibly quickly. It's going to be Peacekeepers directly into the building. Vindicators come in. They break open one building, but the second building still is under the control of OPShijiao. And for the current moment, OPShijiao can keep up the pressure, but it's no longer hitting the MCV. He's just knocking down multi-gunner turrets, and that's a much more favorable situation for Andrey to be in. Refinery gets taken. Control the middle of the map. Control the map. Andrey believes that to be true, and now he's actually doing it as OPShijiao packs up his MCV and heads for the other side. He says, two can play at that game. If you want to go into the chaos zone, I am ready to move in that direction. And I guess he is. He is just heading across the map, and I guess that's that. All three of the buildings have now been broken. This is the space that Andrey needed, that so many players have failed to create, and this MCV is maybe just going for a southern corner expansion. I have no idea what these guys are doing. This is not how we typically have seen this one play out, but Andrey spots it. 4 Vindicators descend, every bomb landing on that MCV. The damage cannot be denied, but the flax now have an opportunity to run forward, and Andrey knows that this building is providing some cover. They're playing Call of Duty back there. They've got chest-high walls everywhere, and Andrey just knocked it down. Multi-gunner turret will trade out against the conscripts. You can trade lots of conscripts for a multi-gunner turret if it means you regain the middle of the map. Vindicators will get flacked out of the sky. One goes down, the others escape. As those Vindicators drop their bombs, the Riptide gets torn apart, and this multi-gunner turret goes to war once again with the tenants in the buildings. OPShijiao is trying to control the middle of the map, and Andrey is giving him a fight over every inch of it. And a third refinery coming up in the corner of the map. Both players drawing a 0 on their bank account, extremely low on income, and OPShijiao trying to change that with a slow third refinery. Andrey quick to set up his third, quick to get that established, and OPShijiao trying to follow suit. He has been unable to rock the world like he did previously on this map. Toxins come in. Cryo will counter. Vindicators sweep through. The Riptide goes down, and some flax survive. The building has already been gutted. OPShijiao has no easy way into this base, and there's the edge of the build radius from that MCV. The flax will drop their mines and raise the turret to the ground. Riptide gets targeted. The flax are getting eliminated, gunned down in the streets one by one. Andrey deals with the infantry army of OPShijiao. This is the first time that he has actually been contended with on this map. And he has got a lot of fight still left in him, but he is not getting the easy wins that he did, or the easy positioning that he has had previously. He knows how to play out a long, drawn-out game on this map. He knows how to take it past the 20-minute mark. He can do that. But this early game has all been infantry for OPShijiao. He needs desperately to get something else out onto the map. Vindicators drop their bombs. It has been so low eco for OPShijiao. Andrey, on the other hand, is sitting with 2K in the bank, happy to play out this airfield naval strategy. Getting some harassment done, taking control of the middle of the map. Those multi-gunner turrets coming in huge for Andrey. Lots of flax. Okay, Super Reactor finally finishes airfield, 80% done. The game calms down a bit, and OPShijiao is gonna need an engineer to jump in that MCV. Okay, he just gives up. He says, nah, we'll do this a different way. And OPShijiao is gonna take even more damage on his MCV. Okay, the Vindicator passes by, looking to break open the wall for that Riptide. OPShijiao can't rebuild that wall while his MCV is on the move, and the Riptide will keep up that harassment. OPShijiao, he's okay. If you want to take the middle, if you want to take this water expansion, you have to be ready to control that middle land bridge. MiGs are finally here, and OPShijiao will defend his MCV with 2 Vindicator kills. Allied air domination has finally ended as Andrey gets the kill on the Harvester with the cryo shot. Multi-gunner turret deploys, Andrey creating sort of a ring of defense, reaching as far as he can with this allied build radius in some cases. And he's ready to go once again. OPShijiao hoping that these buildings will lead him to victory. They give his infantry more strength, and they give his infantry... Oh, Toxin's going to drop on that building. Vindicators swing through, and okay, Toxins clear out the building. OPShijiao has dealt with that. It's a best of 7, and both players are tied up 1-1. It's all Riptides versus basically all infantry, but in the last couple of minutes, things have finally changed up. OPShijiao goes for the Crusher Crane, and now he's going to... Is he just going to crush his MCV? He might. You might as well get as much value as you can out of this thing. And there we go. A nice $4,000 almost into the bank account of OPShijiao. He says, I can exist on what I've got. And actually, if you're going to base crawl on a map, this is a pretty good one for it. You can base crawl to this third relatively quickly. It's not ideal when you only have a Crusher Crane and you don't get the build radius on the edge here, but you can still do it with those reactors relatively cheaply. So OPShijiao isn't out of this, but Andrey has finally figured out this map, and now he moves into an even more aggressive position. Vindicators will bust that bunker, and the infantry hordes have been matched. The ground army is nowhere to be seen for OPShijiao. He's looking instead to gain an advantage on the north side of the map. A little bit of indecision there as he clicks in both directions. 5 flak troopers will pay the price, and a hydrofoil will keep those twin blades away from that airfield. Riptides are trying to respond. They get annihilated, and the flak troopers come out of their cryo sleep to come back alive. Tesla coil is not up. OPShijiao once again drawing a 0 on his bank account. Twin blades come in, Flax getting shredded by those Riptides. The Twin blades may not be touchable by the Riptides, but the Flax all go down. So much money in Flax eliminated, and OPShijiao dominates this map, but not today as the GG comes out, and Andrey takes the point, takes the win on Icebreaker away from OPShijiao. He's finally done it. Andrey has finally broken the curse, and he gets just a very straightforward win to take the lead in this series.
So good to see, actually. OPShijiao finally actually on the back foot himself, probably in the past 2 games. Quite interesting that he does choose to pick Soviets. It seems like his main faction might be Empire, his secondary probably allies, and I'm not sure if he really mains Soviets at all, or whether or not he plays all 3 factions, but in that map he did try and do some very funky stuff. I do believe that expansion to the bottom left corner of the map there was potentially not the most ideal thing you can do. It was a very big delay on that third refinery because of that, and Andrey caught wind of that instantaneously, so there was no sort of fake or hiding the refinery in the corner. That's sort of like a strategy you would go for as Empire, because you could just move the refinery core there, and sometimes your opponent might miss it and think that you're only on 2 refineries when you are actually on 3, and that could win you the game. But as Soviets, it's definitely way more clunky to do, which does lead me to believe that OPShijiao might know Soviets slightly worse than all the other factions that he has played so far. And yeah, in that game specifically, Andrey actually really putting multi-gunner turrets to very good use, kind of playing sort of tower defense in a sense as well in the middle there, trying to hold down the front line, and then behind all of that, utilizing his Vindicators to get some amazing value as well. I mean, leading OPShijiao to then retreat from the left side of the map to then crush his MCV up, try and get some eco, but at that point he was really just being pushed down to the back in his main base and really didn't control anything that was happening in the game.
OP had a very clear vision going into this match, because it was his map pick. He chose a map he was really comfortable with, one that Andrey was not particularly familiar with. He was very clearly going to try to spam infantries and control the center, and basically just play the whole game without even a war factory, just by having this very solid map control with infantries. But Andrey was possibly unfamiliar with the map, or maybe he had it all planned out. But things actually worked out for Andrey when he made the very questionable decision to push to the middle with an MCV right away, despite the entire center being garrisoned by flag troopers. But the reason it worked out for Andrey was that while he was dropping off turrets at safe spots where flags weren't targeting, he actually was able to bomb down an entire building that's filled with most of the flag troopers. So the Soviets' firepower there was mostly gone, and Andrey was quickly able to take the opportunity to build more turrets and clear the buildings, basically terraforming the middle into a snowplow situation. Once there, and Andrey actually having control, he was able to dominate the match. And now we're going to game number 4 on Battle-Based Beta.
There are no rules anymore. The predictions are coming up wrong no matter which way you slice it. But returning to form, returning to Empire in the north, this is OPShijiao. And in the south, finding a win 2 games in a row, playing allies, playing the classic, this is Andrey. And I loved so much that Andrey play in the last game. I have been critical of Andrey and sometimes his playstyle not being entertaining to watch, but that game was close to perfect. Not necessarily on the micro level, but on the big picture. He knew going into Icebreaker that the Soviet would want to control the middle of the map, control that city. And we saw him break that down systematically, step by step, beat by beat. He did not overextend, and unlike the first time we saw Andrey play Icebreaker in this tournament, where he just dropped 2 refineries into the middle and expected that to work for some reason, in this case, he said, no, I am going to play this out very thoughtfully, very methodically. I'm not going to deploy my refinery until it's safe. And then he did an extremely good job of keeping that location safe. Never was OPShijiao able to fully break that location. And it looked like he was going to be able to do something in that early part with those flags. But Andrey handled that perfectly. Performs just an excellent execution on that map and shows that, yeah, maybe Soviets are good on Icebreaker, but it's not a done deal. The rules can be rewritten. and Andrey is looking to keep that up. It's a best of 7, so we still have a couple more games to go. It's going to be a naval yard opener with a couple of riptides, some javs in this game for Andrey, and we're into a very comfortable map. I imagine he has hundreds, maybe thousands of games played on this map in particular. When you're talking about Fire Island, Infinity Isle, and Battle Base Beta, those have been consistent favorites of competitive players since the dawn of Red Alert 3. Maybe not the beta, because I'm not sure what the other 1v1 map. One of the beta 1v1 maps was Cabana Republic for Red Alert 3. So I don't remember what the other one was. Might have been Infinity Isle. But yeah, those 3 maps have been favorites, so Andrey is going to be super comfortable here. He's going to be very confident. And once again, we see him playing out just a very normal 3 refinery kind of play. 3 refs up and running. Tengus, they are making their way around the map, trying to find some kind of an angle. OPShijiao gets the kill on the oil derrick. Very nicely done by OPShijiao, but equally nice, Andrey has cleared out his side of the map. We've seen this from OPShijiao in other games. He will have these pockets of vision, these pockets of bright in an otherwise dark map. And he just has this constant vision. You try to sneak something by, he sees it. He has eyes just about everywhere. But Andrey has kneecapped that. He has eliminated that advantage from OPShijiao. Apollos swing over the middle of the map. Tengus skate north. MCV repositions. He's got that deep reach on these multi-gunner turrets. He can deploy them basically in between those buildings. Apollos get tagged. Not a problem there for Andrey. Barracks gets deployed. Tengus cross down. Again, always on the search, always on the hunt for that opening or that weakness. Barracks gets deployed. Multi-gunner turret as well. There are tank busters here, but the Peacekeepers are here to try and clear out these buildings. Bonsai charge will eventually expire here as that Imperial Warrior heads back into the building and right into a 3rd base. There's the 3rd refinery up and running. The natural expansion taken for both players, opting for the high ground. And all right, Andrey's ready to go. He wants to tango with those Tengus. He's looking to make the chaos craziness happen once again. And will it be a turret push, or is he hoping to live in his opponent's base? He might think, this is nice, I'll just move in here. We'll see. The Tengus are going to see this. Riptide's going to possibly eject some units into these buildings. And OPShijiao is like, oh, yeah. Now I know why allied players kill these buildings right from the beginning. Tengus take a big chunk of health off of that civ structure, make it uninhabitable by anyone. Refinery on the high ground. Oil derrick still working away. OPShijiao is very comfortable where he in his setup, but Andrey has $5 grand in the bank that he is about to deploy in this attack. He is bringing everything that he can to this fight, and it's going to start with a cryo shot on a barracks to shut down those reinforcements. That Riptide, if that Bonsai charge hadn't happened, he could have actually got the snipe on that Riptide. A momentary mistake, but one without consequences. However, this Tengu transform does have consequences as 3 Riptides go down. Javs are going to try and trade back and get some kills. Tengus will go down. Okay, 1 gets 1 Tengu, but the tier 2 transition has also already happened. Andrey runs out of steam at his opponent's front door. He hasn't knocked anything down of significance, and he's looking to go for the oil derrick, but that is a small victory here. That's not the big win that he's looking for. Crush comes in, 2 Javs get eliminated. A 3rd might go down as that Tsunami tank goes for the kill. Gets himself 3 more Javs as he exits this realm and moves on to the next. It's going to be a multi-gunner turret that goes down next, and he's hoping to just chain this attack. He's got so many Tengus. OPShijiao can be chipped away at, but the Javs just get massacred as that Tsunami tank goes on his own destruction Russian derby, and he gets almost every single infantry on the map. OPShijiao washes over Andrey's proxy base and rolls it into the dirt. An airfield is here, but OPShijiao is looking to even the score and make us into a potential ace match situation. It's 2-2 heading into game number 5. Battle Base Beta, a fast and furious loss for Andrey. OPShijiao evens up that score once again.
What an amazing showing from OPShijiao here. Andrey going for his basically patented turret push on this map. I mean, first he went for Ripjev, then he went to Free Refinery Airfield. A fairly standard play, I would say. Didn't really use the Ripjev too much, but this is a map that is a bit difficult to do that on. And then he went for the turret push, which normally is a strategy that wins him every single game. I mean, he has lost a turret push on this map to Green Alert, but that's just because he was not ready for a Green Alert strategy. Here, we saw a fairly, common Empire play, just 2 refineries going to a third refinery, going for a bunch of Tengu, some infantry, and then transitioning into tsunami tanks later on. So fairly standard stuff here from OPShijiao, and Andrey just didn't hold up. Like, I'm kind of surprised how it's falling apart for Andrey here. It seems like he wasted a bit too much time in the middle of the map trying to clear those garrisons, perhaps wasted too many resources on that as well, and the combination of that with Ripjev just taking up too much time and not really doing anything probably cost Andrey that game.
Opening with Riptide Javelins was a bit of a questionable choice on Battle Base Beta because you're probably not going to rely much on Javelin aggressions inside your opponent's base. Instead, the Riptide Javelins was most likely to grant mobility to Javelin troopers in order to grant an edge in any dogfights in assisting Apollos. And I do think the turret push there was also a weird strategic choice as well, but given the number of Tengus, but I believe we're going towards game number 5 on industrial strength.
And it's back to industrial strength. Another Allied versus Empire match. In the north, playing the Empire, this is OPShijiao. He evens up the score 2-2. And in the south, where's the airfield? This is Andrey. We're always on the lookout for that airfield from Andrey. It is going to be refinery first for him. And up to the high ground goes this dojo core. Is he really going to be going for the garage this early? He might. You never can tell with these Empire players. But he's also going for no turrets so far. So he is happy to play this one out turretless. That does mean he can spend that money on other things. Fortunately for our Empire player, he gets to spend his cash elsewhere instead of building turrets, which are just to defend against early Allied aggression. And in this case, he might actually be able to, spend that on units, on stuff that moves around the map instead of on those defensive structures. OPShijiao playing against DutchArmy on this map, loses that game in the end to the DutchArmy ground army that was powered by that garage. But Andrey has a completely different style of play. Burst drone on the MCV. Burst drone gets the spot on that MCV move out, and he has got eyes where they need to be. No third refinery for Andrey. It's just a move to the middle of the map. And that burst drone is actually still alive. So the Apollo will get the kill there, and Andrey backs it back up. Okay, there we go. Backs it back up and keeps moving. Dojo gets deployed. It's on the front line. It looks like it is going to be getting chopped up and sent back home. Peacekeepers hoping to knock that down to cut off any reinforcements. Tengu's big transform. They miss the Vindicator. Andrey is going to be so happy about that. And the Tengus do not give chase. They don't move in the direction of that airfield. They don't go deep onto enemy territory. They're going to stay back for the defense. And it's going to be multi-gunner turrets popping up in the base in a moment's time as the Imperial Warriors take some shots, start bleeding this MCV. And the Tengus transform, the Vindicator comes in, and the proxy airfield deploys, but it's low power mode for this allied player. He's looking for those repairs. He's looking for a bit of safety as he repositions that MCV, and the Bonsai charge to escape the front line. They're going to try and get around the side the short way, get into that building, and get some damage onto that airfield. And that's a lot of Imperial Warriors. The Peacekeepers are here. They're going to be able to trade back against those Imperial Warriors. But OPShijiao is going to be happy with getting himself a Vindicator. He can trade out these Imperial Warriors, and he can get a Vindicator for it. And now Andrey's airfield is in trouble as he loses both of the Vindicators essentially for nothing. And now the airfield itself is under threat. The building has been cleared, but Andrey is in a dangerous spot here on industrial strength. And a multi-gunner turret deploys, but that is not going to be the only thing that he needs to win this game. These Tengus cannot be stopped. The Vindicator will escape. There's no big transform to fight the air power of Andrey. And Andrey holds on to his position. Precarious, but he holds on to his position. Tengus repositioning. Both of the oil derricks have survived this opening tussle. They are both still on the map as the income from these players is exactly matched. No third refineries, no significant harvester harassment. I don't know, maybe there was a burst drone or something earlier, but no big harassment until just now. Ooh, Jab's getting some free damage. Little bit of a couple of pot shots at the hull damage of those Tengus. And there's the big transform. Multi-gunner turret gets a couple of shots off, but it is not going to be doing very much overall. Trade a Tengu for a multi-gunner turret. It's a wash on the cost front. Those two things cost the same, but of course denying that ground control is good for the Empire player, but keeping the Tengus on the defensive is good for the Allied player. Multi-gunner turret goes for the attack, denies the kill on that Tengu. Gonna try and micro that multi-gunner turret, but it just doesn't work out. A couple of Imperial Warriors here or there could be one way. Well, it's definitely one way for OPShijiao to try and break this location, but he doesn't have the cash to get out another barracks. Multi-gunner turret is here, but so are the point defense drones as we cross just about the 6-minute mark. OPShijiao finally has that armor boost for all of his units. Multi-gunner turret is here. Tengus go for the big transform, and okay, they're just going to go for the big one. Cryo shot will fire off. It'll freeze a couple of these Tengus in place and allow Andrey to get a couple of crushes here as one more Tengu does freeze, and that MCV is going on a destruction derby. He's getting Tengu after Tengu, but he might trade his entire life just to make this play happen, and the Tengus force-feeding themselves with that honorable discharge to that MCV. It costs every Tengu its life, but it looks like one might escape. On the north side of this fight, the turrets have ended. That's done and dusted for this base push, but it's not the end of the road for this aggression. There's the transform. Tengu does manage to escape, these strikers providing the perfect cover, and Andrey now has to make this work with no MCV, no naval yard, no war factory, no way to rebuild, just 8 aircraft, and that is it. There is a narrow window where he can try and make this work, but it quickly closes if he loses any of his units. Vindicators come in, one of them will trade their lives. Chopper VX is getting cut down, Tengus as well. Apollo's going to work, shredding that Empire Air Force, and the multi-gunner turret still working away. A constant threat there in the edge of the base. Airfield is here. One Imperial Warrior can slowly but surely knock down an airfield. OPShijiao committed every Tengu he had to that attack. Only one of them survived the engagement, but the MCV went down. and that means no cryo shots for the rest of this game. Vindicators come in, one chopper dies to the Vindicators, the others die in the sky to the Apollos. Andrey is keeping hope alive. One javelin snuck in from somewhere will laser lock and die. He doesn't get the kill on the refinery. And there's the tier 2, the command hub. The potential for a cryocopter will cross this map in a moment's time. Andrey is making it happen, clipping the wings of every Empire air unit, and somehow he loses his MCV, but he holds on to this game. Hope is never gone. When Andrey is in the driver's seat, he's always got a chance. And the GG comes out. Andrey turns it around. I don't need an MCV. I'll kill you with just air. Andrey finds the win on industrial strength and gets the point advantage in this series. OPShijiao makes it happen, but doesn't come through in the end. He gets the MCV kill, but not the win that mattered.
Yeah, for a moment there, I really thought that Andrey was about to lose when OP basically got a massive Tengu number. But, of course, as we have already identified, throwing away those Tengus on an MCV was a major pinnacle mistake for OP. Initially, Andrey was really a bit passive there. He chose a very interesting MCV path for the turret push. Usually it's easier to push the top right side, because once you have controlled at least the outside of the base, you can freely get javelins onto the high ground and snipe down enemy refineries from there. Instead, Andrey actually played extremely safely by contesting for the top left Derek initially and using that time to get 2 refineries up before going for a later turret push.
Critical blunder here on the OPShijiao's part was really not getting anything to counter the turrets from Andrey effectively, and I'm actually kind of surprised by that, since we've seen OPShijiao counter Andrey's turret push just like the game before that on Battle Base Beta, where Andrey base push and there were Imperial Warriors from OPShijiao and there were Tsunami Tanks from OPShijiao. This time around, infantry or Tsunami Tanks, or both in fact, is the critical unit composition that he actually needed here to stop these turrets from Andrey, to be able to free up his Tengus to try and be able to do some harassment, since he had more than enough Tengus, as XYC pointed out, to really contest the air, and there was only 4 Apollos out on the map, 4 Vindicators as well, and there were way more than enough Tengus to kill them all. And once you have air superiority there, you really don't really worry about anything else. I mean, as long as you have Tsunami Tanks and infantry against those turrets, you are covered for life, and you're winning that game if you're the Empire player.
This might be it. This is the lower bracket final, best of 7. These two guys have been going back and forth. In the north, leading this series with that win on industrial strength, this is Andrey. He's looking for that rematch against Zugspitze. He's looking for that grand finals placement. And with his tournament life on the line, he has come so far through the lower bracket. This is Shijiao! He has proven himself to be overpowered in some cases, but Andrey seems to have the answer. Andrey knows how to stop this Empire player. As much of a monster as he is not unkillable. He is not unstoppable. And these Riptides have so far to drive. It is an incredibly long journey from that naval yard up to the high ground where the dojo already is, where the Imperial Warriors are rushing forward, where OPShijiao wants to take us to game number 7, wants to take us to the ace match in this lower bracket final. He doesn't want to go down here. He doesn't want to go down easy, and one burst drone will slow 2 Riptides as one gets in front of the other, and he just can't get out from behind his friend. Tengu is here. No slow deploy on that Mecha Bay, not in this case. And Andrey is already on the defensive foot. The Tengu does get sniped. Nicely done. And the MCV buys a lot of space. These Imperial Warriors are not going to be able to snipe that Vindicator on the deck. That has been the death knell for allied players in the past. And OPShijiao says, I'm out of here. He vamonoses from this base. And he escapes along the north side and loses all of his Imperial Warriors to boot. Not a good move here by OPShijiao. He almost was in a position where he could kill Vindicators on the deck, and Andrey turned that around in a second. That MCV on the move bought so much space for his army. It doesn't even matter that the MCV just got trapped in this corner and glitched out there for a minute. He's like, you told me to move across the map. I bet you want me to get stuck in this corner, don't you? I know what you're thinking. You're thinking you should be stuck in that corner. I know. Walls coming in. OPShijiao. This is looking very similar to a game that I think it might have actually been Andrey versus Zugspitze. And Zugspitze cut up the allied army with walls. Acting as force fields, you separate out the army from the defenses. This is a lot of Tengus. They're getting clipped away by those Apollos. Apollos that all escape. Every Apollo makes it back home. And the allied base is here. It's here to stay. And this is how Andrey won on industrial strength. This is how he's going to try and win here on deep sea as well. 2 Riptides go down. This multi-gunner turret is doing nothing. More walls will come up to segment that out, and Andrey is losing steam. His barracks has gotten nothing done. His Vindicator was on the other side of the map refueling. There's the transform. Bye-bye, Vindicator! As the Apollos show up too little, too late. You're going to fight them over top of the Mecha Bay? Well, that's going to be fine for the Empire player. The return to base is good, but only 1 Tengu goes down, and the Apollos all escape once again. The barracks comes back up. Andrey hasn't brought up a second turret just yet, but he is going to force the MCV away. Andrey gains a bit more space and the MCV down to half health. Andrey could actually deploy a proxy airfield and keep it reasonably far away from the Empire, but also have it much, much closer than the opposite side of the map. The dojo comes up. No Vindicators to bomb it out. And no, okay. Andrey is truly moving in here. He says, I am going to just establish this as my new home shopping center. He has got himself an ore refinery on the front line there. Power plant comes up to restore the electricity to the base of Andrey. And it is pure mass Tengu for OPShijiao. Early game aggression did not manage to win in the first couple of minutes. So now it's going to be into this very proxy base from Andrey. The double, triple, quad walls coming up for OPShijiao, trying to create space, buy time. He's looking for that perfect engagement. Point defense drones should be coming up soon. We're approaching that 6-minute mark, and point defense drones should be online very soon. All right, here's the armor buff that OPShijiao was waiting for. There's the cryo shot that Andrey was hoping gives him a win over this army. And there's the transform. Nice control by OPShijiao. Andrey doesn't find the win with the turret. OP is he going to cut out to the other side of the map and then just say, you want to trade bases? Let's trade bases. Another multi-gunner turret comes in. MCV has healed up quite a bit. And yeah, OPShijiao is kind of abandoning ship here. And he says, let's just go to the other side of the map. I can harass you over there. And I love the jab inside of that building. A great defensive move there for Andrey. And Andrey just says, let's move deeper into your base. OPShijiao heads out to the water. And the Tengus all transform. They're going to look to clear out this structure. Point defense drones coming in clutch for these Tengus, giving them so much extra health, so much extra survivability versus the missiles of the allied player. And this is not where I thought OPShijiao was going. He gets the Vindicator. bye-bye to the airfield as well, but Andrey maintains those refineries. Is he actually going to lose these Apollos? One Apollo goes down, the others will be defended. But is Andrey just about to be on, like, 4 base economy? OPShijiao is making his home on the water. In Red Alert 3, many things are equal. Water is not equal to land. Land gives you more options, and water is strong, but it is not as strong as land. OPShijiao looking to cut off the airfield a second time. Both airfields down would mean no refueling. The Apollos would basically be paperweights, and suddenly these multi-gunner turrets don't look nearly as strong when they don't have Vindicators and Apollos to help them fight. Point defense drones expire, but there's the refresh on them. Tengu is going to be able to get those jabs. OPShijiao takes the water expansion, and he leaves Andrey's main base mostly intact, but he wants to deal with the base on the front line. He wants to deal with the base that threatens him. Apollos go down, but where are you going to return to base 2 as Andrey looks to fight these Tengus a little more? Every Tengu that goes down is one that Andrey doesn't have to deal with ever again. Andrey's MCV is there. Is the airfield coming up? Okay, there it is. The airfield's finally back online. Andrey keeps hope alive. OPShijiao returns to the other side of the map. He's got that base out on the water. It's low power mode. Andrey has a weakness, and it's almost always electricity. But Andrey's finally broken one of the refineries. The Tier 2 Mecha Bay will be sold off, and there goes the whole main base of OPShijiao. He's got this power plant, and that's just about it. Mecha Bay heads out from that MCV. 2.5 grand in the bank for OPShijiao, but his economy is about to go to 0. He's got one refinery, and he's probably going to lose the oil derrick as well. So it's about the rebuild. Both of these players are resetting the game clock from 10 minutes basically down to 0, as they're going to be on one refinery economies, one oil derrick for Andrey. No! He still gets this other refinery. The income of Andrey has not been hurt as much as OPShijiao. Fortunately, Shijiao got this refinery up a long time ago, so it has been working away for a while, and his MCV is just fully committing to the other side of the map. The Mecha Bay, I think, will go to the high ground, and we will do the full swap. Tier 2 is out. Cryocopter is here. Andrey wants his rematch in the grand finals. Oil derricks will be traded back. I guess OPShijiao hasn't actually gone down yet, but the cryocopters are a huge advantage now for Andrey. As we always say, with the big Tengu numbers, it always depends on if the Apollos can control the Tengus or if the Tengus can just snipe those cryocopters. And it's going to be a cryoblast plus a cryocopter on top of this MCV. Vindicator needs to come in. The freeze will happen. It won't be immediate, but it will come in a couple of moments here. Normally, one cryocopter takes a long time to freeze an MCV by itself, but when the cryocopter has the help of a cryo shot or a cryoblast, it happens faster. Even so, what is the plan to actually kill this MCV with? All right, the MCV is frozen. Another power plant comes in. Tengus are over top, and there's the Vindicator. It gets sniped! The Vindicator gets sniped, and it doesn't crash in the right way! There's not a lot that's determined by RNG here, but where units fall and how much damage they do to what is dependent on RNG, and that's one where OPShijiao could have had it work against him, but the Vindicator fell to the side, and the MCV survives. Harvester online here. A second refinery working away for OPShijiao, and he's going to catch all of the Apollos. Andrey lets the Apollos die. He trades them back for the Tengus, but that's going to be it. Andrey taps out from game number 6, sending us to the final match of the lower bracket final. We will get our ace. We will get our game number 7. It's down to one final game to decide it all. Who dies here and who goes on to face Zugspitze in the grand final.
What a game here from OPShijiao. I mean, he didn't even really make any infantry or tanks to try and counter that turret push. In fact, he just migrated his entire base, tried to establish economy on the other side of the map, and funnily enough, Andrey was seemingly not prepared for that to happen. Andrey just taking his sweet time, building a lot of Apollos, trying to contest the Tengu numbers, and not actually going to kill that harvester on the water with the cryocopter when he had the chance to, instead trying to go big or go home and trying to freeze that MCV there of OPShijiao, which turned out to be a pretty big mistake. I mean, he got the freeze off, but the Vindicator, as we've all just seen right now before our eyes, did get shot right out of the sky and was unable to finish the MCV off. And then the engagement in the end with the Emperor's Wrath and the of course, the point defense drones there really sealed the deal, killing all the Apollos and leaving Andrey on one refinery and basically zero hope for the future. OPShijiao really was able to get away with so much eco transition, so to say. I mean, he pumped out 2 more refs, and he sent them one to the water, one to Andrey's base in the mid game there, and Andrey didn't really scout it too well. Probably wasn't even aware of the ref on the high ground that was normally where you would build your third refinery as allies on that map. And that really what cost Andrey the game there. But yeah, surprisingly enough, the turrets didn't do enough.
Andrey got way too greedy there. For a moment, Andrey had the game in the bag. After pushing OP out of his base, Andrey was able to just solidify his economy, basically keep a stronghold inside OP's base, just establish his own economies, and he was so far ahead on units as well as on refineries. So if he was satisfied to just using a cryocopter to kill one of those naval refineries, and he just slowly played the long game of building up units and slowly killing off those Tengus, he would have definitely won. But I do believe we're going into our final game of this series, game number 7 on Liberation Freeze.
It all ends here. It all comes down to this. One final game, one final chance to win it all and go to the grand finals of the Chrono Clash presented by Chronosphere. Big, huge thanks to Chronosphere for sponsoring this tournament, putting this event on, providing all of the funding, and basically allowing us all to come together to work on this project. Huge, huge thanks to Chronosphere. These games have turned into incredible series. We've had our ups and our downs, but this has been one of the ups, and leading this series, but no longer, because the map score is tied. In the north, playing the blue, give it up for Andrey! And in the south, playing that purple empire with the comeback of the year, looking for that lower bracket run from beginning to end, looking for the grand finals matchup. This is OPShijiao! OPShijiao has shown himself to be overpowered in many games, but he's also shown himself to be resilient. He does not go down without a fight, and even here, down 1 or 2 map score, he doesn't stop fighting. He's made it even time and time again. He opened this series with a 1-game victory, and then Andrey struck back. OP evened it up 2-2. Andrey took the win, and against all odds with a base push on Deep Sea, OPShijiao reaches deep down, musters the strength, takes the win, snipes the Vindicator, and goes to Game 7, the ace match on Liberation Freeze. The final matchup between these two, a set of banger games this tournament has been. We've seen all-ins, we've seen macro, we've seen standard, we've seen cheese ball. This tournament has delivered on basically everything. And again, that's all thanks to Chronosphere. If you work in tech or web, check them out for all of your cloud observability needs. You're building environments, but handling the telemetry and handling the metrics, seeing it all and understanding it can be difficult, and that is where Chronosphere comes in. Chronosphere.io, check them out, as well as on Twitter, Chronosphere.io. If you want to say thanks and you aren't a software developer or an engineer, well, Head over to Twitter, head over to LinkedIn, Chronosphere.io on those platforms. Tell them thank you for supporting Command & Conquer. Thank you for supporting Red Alert 3 in the year 2023 and for putting on this event. Tengu's Imperial Warriors, it's an airfield and a third refinery from our allied player. It's very standard play from the Empire, but Andrey gets the kill on his opponent's oil derrick, and OPShijiao is looking to do the same thing here and now. Big transform by those Tengus. One Apollo goes down. Second Apollo gets gutted. Andrey making mistakes. We've seen this before. It's led him down a dark road. He needs to get control of those Apollos. He can't make those mistakes, lose an Apollo for nothing, and leave himself open to an attack. MCV moves down to the low ground. MCV does not move across the map, does not look to pressure his opponent. Instead, he's pulled back. It's defensive, and it's going back to the airfield. The Riptides are here. They're in defensive mode. They're not on the other side of the map. And these Imperial Warriors, they need a lot of support to fight Riptides. They cannot do that on their own. No tier 2. No third refinery from this Empire player. He's a Tengu lover. He loves to dance. And he does it with his Tengus. Everywhere on the map, splitting them up. I mean, not so much that last game. He won it with Tengus, but it required a lot more than Tengus to win that game on Deep Sea. And Andrey goes War Factory. The Cryocopter almost won it for him on Deep Sea, almost sent him back to the rematch with Zugspitze, but it wasn't meant to be, and now he's going for the ground army. Apollos circling, always looking for a spare Tengu to annihilate. They've always got that very speedy return to base if things go south. And in this case, it's just a lot of saber rattling and dancing. Tier 2 for the MCV, Cryocopters, Guardian tanks. I mean, if he rebuilds that naval yard, maybe we'd even see another assault destroyer. That was fun on Fire Island to see those assault destroyers taking it to the enemy team. OPShijiao has had such an amazing showing at this tournament. He can definitely count myself and I think a lot of people in the audience as a fan now. We did not know his name before this event, but we know him now. Guardian tanks out on the map. IFVs are also a potential here. It's going to be a big Tengu transform, and there is our 6-minute timing on that point defense drone. Multi-gunner turret goes down. Refinery goes down. I mean, sure, the Harvester gets eliminated, which means there's no build radius, but it's going to be a cryo shot to try and force these Tengus away. The last couple of Tengus will sacrifice themselves if they have to. It's going to be a big transform. Apollo's going to go down. The Tengu numbers have the advantage, but the IFVs and the Javs on the ground pick apart those Tengus as they sit over top of the Allied army. It's not a safe place to be. They killed the refinery. They pay for it dearly on exit. A couple of Tengus going down. They tried to dance that tango, and they got their legs, their feet tripped up. Ooh, crossing the map can be dangerous as 2 more Tengus go down. You gotta be worried about that. You gotta be careful. And I mentioned the Allied player going for the assault destroyers, but maybe it'll be Shoguns sneaking out to the side. These Apollos are going to scout that basically perfectly. And even if this is just a play to take the water expansion, it is still going to be spotted almost immediately by those Apollos. An eye for an eye is what Andrey says. Tsunami tanks move forward. Apollo's in a defensive position. No one can save this refinery. Tengus could transform on top of this army. They would probably all go down trying to save this refinery. The reposition there is critical, and the Javs get crushed. Javs not able to get the laser lock, but The Tsunami does go down. The walls have been rebuilt. OPShijiao finds another minute of time to keep this refinery alive, and another Tsunami rushes in. The jab dodges, but it's not enough. The Tsunami gets the kill, and those laser locks getting blocked by that wall placement was critical for the defense, but the Guardian tanks haven't been stopped, and OPShijiao might just try to commit to the other side of the map. The Apollos head home, and they will defend back there. It's tier 2 on the Mecha Bay. The Tsunami tanks have sacrificed themselves to save that refinery, but the Guardians get the kill that matters. Tsunami tanks in the main base. I think only one of them remains. Yari Minisub crosses the map, and this is a refinery with a without a refinery, an ore node without a refinery, as the assault destroyer comes into the base of OPShijiao. Andrey is looking for the kill shot, but it won't be the assault destroyer that gets it, at least not the first one. It might be the second, as overwhelming allied superiority comes into the base and makes a place to stay. Cryocopter will get the freeze on the ore collector, and OPShijiao is out of options. He's got one Chopper VX running around the map, desperately trying to make something happen, and he does get the Cryocopter, but he doesn't get the second. He doesn't get the Apollo, and it all falls apart here in game number 7 for OPShijiao. Cryocopter's freezing the MCV. It's payback for that last game. You want to pack up, you get frozen, and that is it. Andrey gets the win. That matters. Gets the kill in game number 7 and sends himself back to the grand final, the rematch with Zugspitze.
Very unfortunate that OP is going to be out from the finals. And the thing is, he has always favored the strategy of spamming a lot of Tengus while sitting on 2 refineries without getting a whole lot of other things into his army composition, such as infantries, such as tank busters that would have been really helpful towards the end, or going tier 2, which in this game we saw OP go tier 2, but it was far too late to stop the Guardian tanks. However, OP has been able to make a lot of miracles happen using his Tengus. He was dominating with Tengus initially, with Andrey making the mistakes of throwing away with Apollos, with also the Riptides being held back in the base, not able to deliver those Javelin Troopers to the opposing base.
OPShijiao in that last match just needed a little bit of infantry. I mean, facing Guardian tanks and as well as assault destroyers with just simply Tengus and even some VXs coming out later is just not the situation you want to be in if you are the Empire player there. He just had to go for infantry, as especially covered previously. It just had to happen there in that game. He needed that counter to be able to do anything in the game, and seeing as he didn't manage to get any infantry out on the board after, you know, the initial few minutes of the game once he got his oil derrick, that really cost him the win there. It's a little bit sad that he wasn't able to go for infantry. It seemed like a very logical thing to go for, but I guess seeing as he is very capable of playing all the other factions, I mean, he played Soviets, he played Allies, and he played Empire on a very decent level overall throughout this entire event. Yeah, that small slip-up with not going infantry is only a small mistake, but those small mistakes is eventually what could really cost you here, and it definitely cost OPShijiao here in this event.
Are you a developer or an engineer? Then you know how inefficient it can be to monitor the environment you build. Fragmented tools and decision-making bottlenecks lead to delayed deployments and bad customer experience. With Chronosphere, developers can see problems, find the source, and fix issues faster. You choose where and how your data is routed and stored. Query it easily to get better context and control. 100% open source compatibility means no matter your setup, we can help. If you know, you know. And if you know, you Chronosphere. Check it out at chronosphere.io. Game 1 of the grand finals will be on Deep Sea. In the north, playing the Allies, playing blue, this is Andrey. And in the south, playing the Cyan Empire, sitting comfortably with a 1-point advantage already. This is Zugspitze, a name that I have struggled to pronounce, but every time I try to do a little bit better. Deep Sea, 1-point advantage. No, you didn't miss anything. There's always a question mark when you play a double elimination event. What happens after the upper bracket final? Do you give an advantage to the winner, or do you just say nothing happened? Because Zugspitze has progressed through this tournament, defeating DutchArmy, defeating Andrey, defeating someone that I can't remember, and as a result, he has found himself in the grand final without ever losing a series, and technically only dropping a single map to DutchArmy in, I believe, the upper bracket semis. And here he is with a 1-point advantage because of it. He has never been defeated. Andrey is on his second life. This best of 11 will be a long one, but he has got a second chance at this grand finals. He has got a second chance to take home first place. Dojo gets a lot of damage, but not a total kill there. And there was a little bit of attacking going on over there. MCV getting chunked down a bit, and it will be a little bit of health off of that MCV, but the Imperial Warriors have a lot of peacekeepers that they have to worry about. Dojo does eventually go down, MCV down to half health, but the peacekeepers have finally made safe this location. They push the Imperial Warriors all the way back. This is a nice touch by Zugspitze, managing to grab that building there. Even if he ends up losing a lot of these units, he's at least got that building. Tengus show up. A little bit of damage on that Apollo, but Andrey is paying attention. Andrey has woken up from his upper bracket match earlier today where he dropped down 0-4 versus Zugspitze. Multi-gunner turret is here. Zugspitze has played a lot of games with this Tengu spam style. 2 refineries. Maybe eventually you get a 3rd refinery. You go up to it. But you stay on that 2 refinery Tengu spam for as long as possible. 3rd refinery comes up for Andrey. Peacekeepers on deck. They're ready and waiting. Apollos get on out of there. They do a little bit of damage to those Tengus, but they need to escape. The numbers are too high on the Empire side. The harassment has begun, but those peacekeepers don't make much of a threat to these Tengus. Apollo's driven away once again. The Harvester has not been able to escape out the side or the back, so the Harvester will go down, and the Imperial Warriors, emboldened by their Tengu friend, will start doing battle with the Peacekeepers. Game 1 sets the tone, sends a message for the rest of the series. Both players looking for the win here. Zugspitze to get a 2-point advantage. Andrey to even up the score and sort of reset things, redeem himself from that upper bracket loss, but you don't do that with your entire Air Force getting eliminated. Andrey fortunately trades back. A good number of Tengus do go down, and the Imperial Warriors have been denied as well. Zugspitze will try and escape with that Tengu. Just an Imperial Warrior over there on the side. But every Tengu that survives stays to lives to fight another day, and these Apollos get more and more in a dangerous position. Tengu transforms, goes for that Harvester, and just forces the stop. That Harvester is going to die. And Andrey, 3 refineries. Never more than 2 of them working at once, it seems. He has had a really tough time keeping these 3 refineries online. Multi-gunner turret over there, but he has nothing on the ground. No jabs to help out. Vindicator goes down. Apollo getting chased. He's gonna die if he tries to go on the deck, and 2 multi-gunner turrets help out, but it's not enough. These Tengus find the angle, they find the space, and Andrey taps out of game number 1. Zugspitze puts a 2nd point on the board and proves why he won that grand final in a clean sweep. Andrey unable to make it happen in Game 1 of the Grand Final. It's not a good song for him to be singing.
Absolutely amazing engagements there in this game from Zugspitze. This is the solid Empire gameplay that OPShijiao needed to make it to the grand finals here. But now, in his stead, we have Zugspitze demonstrating what OPShijiao was slightly lacking here in this first game. That was just really good engagements, nothing else, really. I mean, he transferred one Tengu down to the ground to kill the Peacekeepers. There was great value from that single Tengu, and he also was able to take out all the Vindicators and all the Apollos from Andrey. Andrey stuck in his base, trying to bunker down with multi-gunner turrets, but ultimately unable to do anything and to stop the impending harassment from Zugspitze. That was a amazing game from Zugspitze as Empire there.
So my mistake there, thinking that Andrey by now would be familiar with a very samey kind of matchup where the allies go for 3 refineries right away while the Empire player spams Tengus. That has been repeated over and over again since the start of today. However, Zugspitze was able to micro the Tengus so very well, getting kills everywhere on all sorts of units as well as harvesters. So Andrey strategically was making the right choices as he was trying to bunker down, trying to turtle against this kind of very aggressive rush strategy. And had he been able to hold his ground and actually keep 3 refineries running, he would have been in a very good position. But he had kept on losing a lot of units, hence unable to build tons of turrets around. And with the repeated harvester kills that Zug was able to secure were just really eventually wearing Andrey down.
And here we are, game number 2, but the score, of course, will not reflect that. On the right side, choosing this map, this is Andrey. He needs your cheers to put some points on the board against his opponent who has yet to drop a map versus him. This is Zugspitze, showing domination here in Chrono Clash. He has been doing fantastic in this event. His reign of terror continues here. And of course, it'll have to keep it up on Infinity Isle. Look at those big old walls. You'll never guess what's going to go into those walls. But it's not an airfield first. We've got Javs, we've got a Riptide, we have got a very delayed airfield for this allied player. Zugspitze will be able to do a bit of damage to that oil derrick. He'll be able to get a bit of pain out there, and killing an oil derrick is always nice. But of course, if this Riptide is able to cross the map, he's going to be able to do a lot more than just kill an oil derrick. He might even be able to threaten the mecha bay. But Zugspitze wisely has already garrisoned up this building. Very nicely done. Defensive posturing on that mecha bay. That Riptide has been defended against a little bit here. Still going to be a powerful deterrent here in the main base, and I love that Andrey has tried to deal with that building, but at least his airfield is over here, and it is completely walled in, so there is not going to be any kind of building shenanigans with that airfield, causing him problems like it did in that game versus OPShijiao. And that is the difference between these two games. Andrey takes the backdoor expansion out there to the water. Zugspitze is happy to play off of 2 bases for just a moment and keep up these Tengus. These 2 refinery Tengu play has been his bread and butter. It doesn't always win him the game, but it's always a fantastic opening for him, and he almost always gets something done with it. Very rarely does Zugspitze make so many mistakes that his Tengu spam one-trick pony doesn't get him some kind of award, some kind of advantage. Andrey, he's happy on those 3 refineries. He's got a bit of space. He would have loved it if he had that Apollo. He would have loved it if he still had that oil derrick, but he's okay. He's stable, and he just needs to keep his units alive versus these Tengus. We've seen this many times in the past. The Apollos get caught, then they get caught again, and then suddenly Andrey has nothing left. Riptides are nice. but of course, the Javs inside of those Riptides can't do anything out here on the water, so we'll see. Tengus are going to transform. They're going to be able to jump on the Jav. There are 2 multi-gunner turrets here and a couple of Riptides to deal with these Tengus. Perfect control there by Andrey. He's probably going to lose a power plant, but he will be able to at least trade back a Tengu. All right. Andrey not letting things just fall apart here. It does feel like Andrey has been learning and adapting. Almost every game that we see, it seems like he's fixed something from a previous game. And he's not safe yet, but, I mean, honestly, he's in a way better position, and he's tier 2. We could be seeing some hydrofoils, assault destroyers, cryocopters, potentially. Okay, the airfield is too far away for cryocopters right now, but the MCV just has to move a little bit, and one assault destroyer could really change the face of this AVE. Infinity Isle, sometimes it can be a very boring map to see, but we haven't seen this assault destroyer focus from an allied player in a long time. Red Alert 3 is not a perfect game. Unfortunately, it was, functionally abandoned by its publisher. And you don't want to run over your own walls. Functionally abandoned by its publisher very shortly after launch. Of course, we hold no ill will towards the wonderful developers who worked on this game. But even so, as old as this game is, as janky as it can be sometimes, it is still a well enough designed strategy game that there can be multiple routes to victory. You don't always have to cryo rush. You don't always have to Tengu spam. Okay, maybe you do have to Tengu spam as Empire. Maybe that's the example that that makes the rule. But generally speaking, there are lots of avenues to victory. It just happens that Tengu spam might be the easiest one. No shade to Empire players. Multi-gunner turret coming in here. The Harvester may go down to the honorable discharge. Oh no, he stops in a pretty good spot, and he's got those repairs, so very nicely handled there by Andrey. Zugspitze just loses a Tengu, gets very close to 0 value for it, and Zugspitze behind the scenes takes 2 refineries. He's managed to keep his oil derrick alive, and that Apollo going down, it doesn't hurt nearly as bad as it did in some of those. Whoa! We're at sub 630, and that's an aircraft carrier. Well, Yari Minisubs know about it. They spot it. They're gonna go kamikaze on it, maybe? Nope. Going for the Riptide instead. I did not see this coming. Wow. So a best of 11, and in game number 2, we are getting an aircraft carrier rush. This is one for the books. XYHC might have to make a video on this one. Yari Minisub bypasses this. He is going to spot an assault destroyer and a hydrofoil headed in. He goes for the hydrofoils. If there's no anti-air, this attack is so much easier to deal with. It's a 4 refinery oil derrick Empire versus a 3 refinery allied player, and that is an okay situation, especially if you're able to do some counterattack damage, do some harassment. Zugspitze is not sitting down. He is not going to take this one easily, and that Yari Minisub does absolutely nothing there as the black hole armor causes it to sort of glitch out. The hydrofoil safely under that black hole armor. You saw the attempt with the Chopper VX to break that position. Cryoshock comes in. You saw the attempt with the Chopper VX to break this aircraft carrier, but it doesn't work when the hydrofoils are still around, when they're under the protection of that black hole armor. And it's going to be a forced sell of that airfield. That's going to be a Tengu transform to save those tank busters, and the tank busters will keep up the pressure. So the airfield goes down, the aircraft carrier hasn't been dealt with, and Andrey's fast tier 3 out on the water is about to pay even bigger dividends. If he can maneuver into a prime position next to the base, there is essentially nothing that is not under threat of this aircraft carrier. Drones will get sniped. Yari Minisubs coming in one by one. One drone does make it through. Not a lot of damage done to that refinery, and it's going to be up to this Chopper VX, but no, the black hole armor comes back online. 2 aircraft carriers, or 2 assault destroyers, excuse me, make it very difficult to bust this aircraft carrier with any normal number of units. EMP fires off. EMP locks down that naval yard, and the hydrofoil combo combo with the aircraft carrier and the assault destroyers is extremely difficult to break. Andrey making late game allies rush on Infinity Isle look like the clear choice. He's making it look like this is just what you do, and this is standard. Double hydrofoil going down. Great move there by Zugspitze. If he gets a Chopper VX into position, he might actually be able to put some damage out, but it's almost already too late now that the black hole armor has resumed its position. You got to strike before the black hole armor is there, and the Yari mini-sub moves into position, maybe to guard against future hydrofoils. And Andrey takes a little bit of damage on that assault, on that aircraft carrier, but he's starting to lose steam. And the GG comes out. Andrey not able to make it happen here in game number 2. Zugspitze, his defense is too good. I had such hope for that aircraft carrier, but I think that was it for Andrey.
Andrey has made very good adjustments this game. As we were discussing earlier, if Andrey went for earlier Riptides, it could have given him a better edge against the Imperial Warrior plus Tengu spams. This time, he went for a very early Naval Yard before his second refinery. However, I do think Andrey is not at his top right now. Despite opening with Javelin Troopers, he did not even manage to snipe those garrisons inside his own base, which kind of prevented him from being able to even put Javelins on the aggressive earlier on. Furthermore, there were a couple instances where the Javelins were pretty in danger of being killed by Tengus, and that is usually because Riptides were just not close enough to let Javelins hop into them, which is not a mistake you see often from the allied side. Hence, Andrey actually had to drop turrets to defend against the Tengus from preventing them from killing his Javelin Troopers. Later on, when Andrey went for the tier 3, it felt like more of a desperate move trying to save the game there, and it really could have worked. But Yari suicides onto your hydrophiles would of course just enable VXs to hard counter your aircraft carriers and everything else that you have in the Navy. Confronting Empire with a naval army straight up is a bit of a daring move, so I felt like it could have been better if Andrey had pushed this tier 2 assault destroyers into his opponent's base, putting it on offense, or say combining it with an army of infantries, especially peacekeepers, to keep tank busters pinned down. All of that could have potentially allowed him to have a better edge instead of just turtling with destroyers until tier 3 is up.
Yeah, Andrey giving up the oil derrick lead early on in the game there definitely did not help the cause. And at the same time, we have seen some very nice unit mixes from Zugspitze. This is what OPShijiao wasn't really able to do enough of. That was really the main problem there, since in this case, Zugspitze was able to do such an amazing job here, making infantry and naval units to counter what his opponent was doing. And we're going to be heading into game number 3 here on Fire Island.
It's not looking good, but it's not over yet. Hope springs eternal, and it springs here on Fire Island. In the north, playing the blue, it's an airfield rush. This is Andrey! And up 3-0, winning 2 games in a row to complete a 6-game win streak. This is Zugspitze! That game on Infinity Isle I loved from Andrey, but it was not meant to be. It was not enough. I was hoping against hope that he would end the win streak, but Zugspitze is just too good. Here we are in game number 3. Zugspitze won the upper bracket final 4-0 and now has won 2 games consecutively against Andrey. So that's 6 games in a row of one player winning. And that is enough for an entire best of 11. Between these 2 matches, Andrey fighting it out tooth and nail in the lower bracket, never giving up, never once stopping his assault. He has fought out every single game, and he has not been a one-trick pony. Andrey has played ground, he's played air, he's played macro, he's played rush, he has played everything. You cannot complain about Andrey's play in this tournament. I mean, okay, you can complain in the sense that he's lost some games, but he has played phenomenally throughout this tournament, through the upper bracket, through the lower bracket final, going up against many of the best players in the game and defeating them all but one. The MCV is here. Andrey might be bringing out his strongest rushes, his strongest turret pushes, now that it's the grand final, now that he's in this finals position versus Zugspitze. Multi-gunner turrets could be added on here. Cryocopter is always a threat, and it's here in the moment. Vindicators have an extremely long way to go, so we're expecting to see a proxy airfield be deployed. We're expecting to see some multi-gunner turrets as well, but neither of those things are here just yet. Nope, there's the multi-gunner turret right there in that corner spot. Zugspitze's defense has been nearly impeccable this entire tournament. Down to half health, that MCV is in trouble, but it's not over yet. Zugspitze is always has a chance to win or lose, and Andrey's cryo rushes are extremely powerful, but they haven't been working this weekend. They work almost every other time, but they haven't been working this weekend. Tengu's going to be engaging the Apollos. One Apollo down, second Apollo is about to fall, and the third Apollo will get shredded, but those multi-gunner turrets are making this much more of an even square fight. A Cryocopter is going to survive for the moment, but no, the Tengus crash into it. They take it down, and it's low power mode for the Empire player. The Allied player has the momentum for the moment, but he hasn't killed all of the Tengus. They're still out there on the map. They're still circling around. The Jojo has gone down. The power plant is in the south, a little bit of a safety power plant there for Andrey, and he has both of the oil derricks versus a one refinery allied player, but sometimes the economy just doesn't matter if your bank account is at zero. Refinery getting taken down. Tengus are sort of abandoning ship here. They're just crossing the map. They're trying to take everything away from Andrey on the other side, leave this MCV awkward and alone, abandoned on the opposite side of the map. Is that a double? Oh, that Tengu backflipped out of destruction from the mouth of defeat. That Tengu backflipped out of there. MCV was about to crush it, and he's like, nah, not today. I'm going somewhere else. The Tengus don't kill the airfield, so there is a chance for Andrey to put some units out onto the field. MCVs dancing to and through each other as Andrey looks for another spot to set up his MCV. If he continues those multi-gunner turret pushes, he can have an opportunity to kill more of these units, but right now, both players are just kind of awkwardly trying to find their footing. Okay, finally, Zugspitze commits to the other side of the other side of the map. He's got the perfect camp on this airfield, so now it's just down to the multi-gunner turrets if Andrey can make something happen. Zugspitze has $4,000 in the bank, and he's got a 4 on the scoreboard as he takes game number 3 away from Andrey.
Never Cheese once again coming up a little bit short here on his cheese. Andrey trying his cryo rush with turret push strategy, and I think for the second time already, it's not working out too well for him. The first time, I believe he tried this on Infinity Isle versus OPShijiao, and he did lose that game as well. And here, he's trying it on Fire Island, which I'm pretty sure it's not really a good map to do it on either, or at least Infinity Isle was a decent map. Here on Fire Island, however, not so much. I think Fire Island is geared more towards a later game play style where you really can make good use of the choke hold in the middle of the map there. But yeah, I mean, the turrets not targeting correctly here, the Tengu's ending up alive at the very end of that engagement really sealed the deal there for Andrey. He was unable to break through because of that, and there was just simply too much eco, so he didn't grab the oil derricks on Fire Island there, which I did mention beforehand, before we started with this series here, that oil derricks are a big part of the game and that he really should prioritize them more. And so far in both the games that he has lost, he hasn't been really prioritizing them at all. He lost his oil derrick on Infinity Island, and he also did actually lose control of both oil derricks, and even gave it up completely on Fire Island as well.
Great highlights on the Tengus there. I do think I actually would disagree on Andrey needing to even secure the early oils. The third push was actually going for him fantastically well. He was initially a little undecided on whether to deploy the MCV later deeper into the water so that he wouldn't have to worry about infantries on the land. But later on, things went well. The only reason he lost was because of the failure to target down those Tengus. But we do have game number 4 ready and working. It is going to be on Industrial Strength.
The Garage on Industrial Strength knows what it's like to be the center of attention and also knows what it's like to have no one care about it at all. What will it be in this game? Who knows? Only time will tell as we spawn into game number 4. And the man with the perfect score in the north, the Cyan, the Empire, the Dominator, this is Zugspitze! In the south, looking for a win, looking for a hope, surviving on a wing and a prayer, this is Andrey! Desperate for anything. It's an airfield first once again. Well, not first. He did get a barracks. He did get out a Jav or 2, a scouting dog, and some peacekeepers. But that is not the end of the road. Zugspitze is getting dangerously close to that 6-0 scoreline, which in some sense would be impressive. That would be 10 wins in a row against Andrey without dropping a single map. Or no, I guess 9. It would be 9 wins in a row against Andrey. But more and more, I just want Andrey to win a game just because I want to see a non-clean sweep. I want to see a back and forth. I want to see some action. And, you know, if it's a cryocopter win, well, that's fine. It can only happen on this one map if that's your one-trick pony. Uh-oh. Oh. That's not encouraging. Tough one. Really. Yikes. Tough one. Okay. We have got a... and that's it. Okay. Well... Hey, boys on the desk, you want to analyze that?
Sorry, I'm eating.
A 2-minute game where a cryocopter gets sniped immediately?
Yeah, wow. I mean, what is there to say that other than, I mean, as I said before, for Andrey, the cheese is really not working out whatsoever. I think basically every single game he did try and attempt to go for something like that that was a bit cheesy. It just simply didn't work out. Either he got unlucky, mismicroed something, his turrets weren't shooting the right thing, or Zugspitze was just simply too good, and giving up that double Derrick advantage, even though it isn't a necessary thing to do when you go for such a fast rush, because you have to commit all the timings and all the necessary resources to the rush, I still feel like it's just a big risk that Andrey just probably shouldn't be taking, considering it is the grand finals here. And I do believe that now it will be 5-0, if I'm not mistaken, for Zugspitze, which basically means that, you know, this is getting very scary for Andrey.
One more loss and Andrey will be out. I really think Andrey is really not quite underperforming today. He is. Because losing Cryocopter without an Apollo around is a mistake you would not expect from anybody. So it's probably a bad day for him. But up next we'll have game number 5. Let's see whether this will be the end of Andrey's career for this tournament. It's going to be on Epicenter Island.
Well, this might be it. We have ourselves game number 5. The scoreboard is looking further and further into the depressing zone. But on the left side, looking phenomenal, this is Zugspitze! Named after that German mountain. On the right, playing the Blue Allies. He needs your love. He needs your cheers. This is Andrey! That would be a truly incredible comeback to start here on Epicenter Island to have a loss in the upper bracket final and then come back through an incredible series in the lower bracket to enter the grand finals and then lose basically 4 games in a row and win 6 in a row. That would be truly, truly amazing. It seems less and less likely every moment that goes by, but better and better for my ultimate grand final prediction. Myself and XYHC are fighting it out for who's actually going to be right, and right now, little ol' me looks like I'm going to be right, but we can always cheer for Andrey. I'm excited to see him play here on the darkness that is Epicenter Island. This map also features a giant city in the middle, but with lots and lots of space around it. So garrisoning up this city with Javs, if you go that kind of a build, which Andrey isn't necessarily, his Riptides are garrisoned up with Javs, but garrisoning up these buildings can be a great way to pick off Tengus as they fly back and forth, as they try and get that harassment done around the map. And then you've got this high ground expansion, but kind of like Cabana Republic, it's a little bit dangerous with these 2 ramps, and of course with this cliff that can be kind of abused by air. So it's a map that has some different features that we don't typically see in some of these Red Alert 3 games. Harassment has begun. Zugspitze, he heard that Chronosphere sponsored this event, and he's like, well, a Chronosphere is an allied building, but what if an Empire player is who actually wins this event, takes home that first place prize, and makes Andrey, the allied player, take home second place. Of course, both of these guys are guaranteed $150 from this position. The question is, who takes home $150 and who takes home $300? Again, courtesy of Chronosphere. If you're a developer or an engineer, check them out at chronosphere.io. Couple of Riptides. They are not quite going along with the MCV. It's like they're staying back at home in the superhero movie where it's like, watch your younger sibling. That's what those Riptides are doing. The MCV is off, trying to win the game, trying to turret push to the end of time. And like our analysts have said, the cheese has not worked for Andrey. It has been a bad tournament for a cheesy play. His straight-up games have worked a lot better than some of his cheeses just across the board. But his aggressive play has not worked versus Zugspitze. He's hoping to change that. He's hoping to mix that up right here. Riptide does get grabbed. Imperial Warriors are here as well as the Tengus. So those Apollos could get jumped on by the Tengus, but no need to do that until this MCV actually repositions itself. It's not low power mode for Andrey. He is barely online, which is sort of a saving grace there because he has that multi-gunner turret online the entire time. And also this multi-gunner turret forcing away that Conyard. A little bit of an awkward position here for Zugspitze, having to reposition his Tengus, and he will head to the south side of the island. Almost loses a power plant there. And that would be low power mode for Zugspitze. It would slow down his production and give Andrey a little bit of hope. This is a lot of Tengus out on the map. Andrey still has those Javs back at home. He still has that Riptide. It is still the MCV by itself. A fresh power plant on the front line, walled in by the Empire player, and just kind of sitting there nice and snug and cozy. Another power plant comes out for Zugspitze. His walls delaying this game for as long as he possibly can. Tengus are in high enough numbers that if they dropped on those multi-gunner turrets, they could overwhelm them, but it wouldn't be free. You'd probably trade one Tengu for the multi-gunner turret, which just comes out kind of even. And I guess we'll see if my prediction is right. One Tengu does go down. Maybe if there's a second low-health Tengu, it'll be eliminated. But the MCV gets the crush, and the multi-gunner turrets continue to work on the base of Zugspitze. Is this the one time where the cheese will work, where the aggression will come through for Andrey? He's made himself a home. He's got an airfield there. Apollos are on Overwatch. 4 of them are here. here. They're going to take down a lot of Tengus if they go for the transform. And for the allied player, it's not even about losing the Apollos. It's about stopping those Tengus because the multi-gunner turrets can pretty much take care of the rest. The front line has been moved further back, but it's a tier 2 mecha bay. Hope springs eternal for both players. The Apollos will go down there, trading out against those point defense drone Tengus, and the dance continues as these Apollos search out another weak target. The multi-gunner turrets are going to get massive damage. Andrey springs to life here in game number 5. Tsunami tanks rush to the front line, and they activate that armor. Vindicators make short work of them, and the entire base is laid to waste. This tier 2 Empire has nothing on the ground. He's got nothing left as Andrey comes through in the last hope, last-ditch effort. He's finding the strength, and he gets a win. He puts a point on the board. Are you kidding me, Andrey? He waits until the last possible second before finally getting a win here in the grand finals of the Chrono Clash.
Wow, it was really not looking good for Andrey from the start. His plan initially was to actually use Riplet Javelins along with MCVs to accompany a sort of turret push that's rather unconventional, especially on a unconventional map like this one. And of course, Zug was completely anticipating the turret push as well. He set up walls to keep the MCV back, so it's way harder for allied units to be able to support any turrets that are dropped deeper into the base. The walls actually also prevented Andrey from being able to target mecha base or refineries from the start using turrets. Now, I do believe that Zug made a little mistake by defending only with Tengus and no infantries, although initially the Tengu harassment on Andrey worked really well, and it kind of felt like Andrey was having a bit of indecision with where to even put his Riptide and Javelins. Eventually, he decided to pull them back instead of being on offense, being aggressive with Javelins, which can be super deadly. He was forced to go back on defense after losing all of his Harvesters. So right there, it felt like a game for Zug already. However, Zug was sort of unable to transition out of the mass Tengus. He did not have enough infantries to kill the turrets as soon as they pop up. Eventually, Andrey had a very critical number of turrets right in the center of Zug's base before he packed up MCV and pushed forward to go for more aggressive turret jobs. By then, even though Zug geared up to tier 2 with Tsunami tanks, those can be easily countered by Vindicators that are at a very forward airfield. Hence, that was a gain for Andrey.
I must point out as well that in that game, this is the first game for Andrey when he was playing against Zugspitze, that he actually had at least even oil derrick numbers. So both players had one oil derrick the entire game, and Zugspitze did not have any oil derrick advantage. So the eco was fairly even there for both players. And then again, yeah, I'm surprised actually that Zugspitze didn't go for infantry earlier. And now we're going to be heading into game number 6 here, I believe, on Battle Base Beta.
We have Signs of Life. What's the chance of mounting the ultimate comeback? Not great, but we have Signs of Life. No longer with an 8-game winning streak in the north, playing the Empire. This is Zugspitze. Chronosphere's prize is not quite in his grasp just yet, because in the south, this man has just put a point on the board for the first time in the grand finals. This guy has one shot. This is Andrey. He just has to do that 5 more times, and he will be going home with the first place prize of the grand final. Allies versus Empire. It's a best of 11 with a 1-point advantage for Zugspitze. It looks like an unclimbable mountain, like Zugspitze, but people have summited every mountain there is, it seems, and Andrey has won before him. Zugspitze has been beaten before. It is certainly not easy. It is not going to be easy from this position, but with your cheers, with your help, he can get there. Andrey coming through clutch in that last game on Epicenter Island, but we're into a much more standard map, a much more standard game. And again, to go back to it, Zugspitze is going to have a ton of games on this map. He knows how to play Empire here. He knows all of the edges and the corners that he can find, all of the places that he can abuse to get the most out of his Tengus. But similarly, Andrey will have that knowledge as well. Allies versus Empire. It can be a very one-note kind of a matchup. We see the same units almost exactly in the same way, but it's all down to those micro movements. Where do the units go? How do you control them? When is the transform time? And it's all about those nitty-gritty little tiny details. Tengu's coming in. There's already a multi-gunner turret in the main base, deployed by Andrey before he left. And this is a wonderful main base setup, very picturesque for Andrey. High ground expansion comes up for the allied player, but it's not to be outdone. This Empire player believes in 3 refineries, at least today. And he also believes in stealing an oil derrick. So Andrey gets his oil derrick right there at the start of the game, and for about 2 minutes, he has control of it, and then Zugspitze takes it away. And that is just a dog going for the scout, but he has been cut off by the walls. And Zugspitze has positioned his MCV over here, but he doesn't actually have the cash to get out a refinery right this moment. It would take him maybe 30 seconds to actually get the cash to build it. And bye-bye to that oil derrick. So Andrey does not want to capture it back. He just wants to kill it, deny it from his opponent. And he's looking to break these buildings. We saw him earlier cleaning up some of these buildings and some of these strongholds. IFVs are here. Jabs are inside of those Riptides, so those are very expensive Riptides, and the Jabs do get massacred. The Riptides as well. The IFV didn't get nearly enough damage on those Tengus in the sky. Both players drawing a 0 on their bank account, but Andrey has a 500 credit lead per minute over Zugspitze. As soon as Zugspitze gets this refinery online, that will shift back to Zugspitze's favor. But for now, it's in Andrey's favor, just a little bit here. Lots of Tengus are still here. You lose too many units to that Tengu cloud, it becomes a cloud of death. It hangs over you, but we're up to tier 2. Hope springs eternal. Guardian tanks will clear out this building. Zugspitze has a bit of a timer as the allied player has more and more tools under his control. Critically, he doesn't have cryocopters, though. The MCV is too far away, and we may be getting a second airfield on the high ground. Nice scout there by Andrey. He gets the dog into the natural expansion of Zugspitze, and he takes a look. Tengus come through, swing back out. Very calm opening, very, very calm game, all things considered. And it's one of those things where Zugspitze and Andrey have had so many aggressive games, so many short games. I mean, 2 games ago on Industrial Strength, it was like 2 minutes long. And then this one, 5.5 minutes in, and it's like, all right, we're taking a breather. We're going to play this one out macro. Maybe we're going to go for the macro bounty. Maybe Zugspitze or Andrey will take 7 refineries on this map and, you know, look for the, okay, it's a fast tier 3 again. This did not work on Infinity Isle. But, yeah, maybe one of these players will go for that economy bounty, look for the macro win more than anything. Athena Cannon is here, and it worked for DutchArmy. It gives you that poke. You can reach out further than your opponent, but you can also get jumped on by Tengus. So let's see how this goes. Mirage Tank is here. There are 2 of them here. Aegis Shield gets popped, going to be denying any long-range damage. And that was maybe a little bit of a preemptive Aegis Shield. Tengus come in. Cryo Shot will fire off, but it's going to be the big transform. They're going to be looking for the catch and kill. little bit of harassment coming in here. Zugspitze will go for the Harvester kill. There is a couple of jabs in that building. Aegis shield comes in. There's going to be the drop onto the IFBs, onto the Mirage tanks, and the Tsunamis close the distance. They're using their armor to get in close, but their guns haven't come back online, and those tank busters are shredding the allied army as Zugspitze turns into a wave and washes over the third base of Andrey. Every unit that comes out will just get dropped, and Andrey's tournament life on the line falls apart here on Battle Base Beta. It's all over, and Zugspitze is your champion.
Congratulations to Zugspitze here for this awesome performance throughout this entire event. He has been playing almost perfectly, showing us the might of the Empire faction, but overall an amazing performance from both players. It's good to see that Andrey isn't only relying on turret pushes, even though that was the one game he won was with the turret push there.
So far, all of the strategies involved in the series have been quite predictable. So Andrey has been going for what worked for him before with Riptide Javelins initially, trying to contend for a 30 finery up, playing very defensively, very solid, having turrets in your own base, contending with Tengus, having an airfield up. All of that was good until Andrey started going for the tier 3 transition. Despite all of the Athena shields buying time, cryo shots buying time, by the third round, the Tengus were finally able to land, and with the Tsunamis absorbing most of the fire from 4 tank busters, those Mirage tanks just were not able to make anything happen for Andrey.
And that will do it for Chrono Clash. It's been a fantastic tournament, and the finals were an impressive showcase by Zugspitze. Sometimes it's the Tengu win, and sometimes it's more of the whole brunt of the Empire army being brought to bear against his opponents. And in this case, he will take home first place. Andrey will take home second place. OPShijiao takes home third place. And DutchArmy will take home fourth place. That is how the tournament has wrapped up. A huge thank you to all of the players. A huge thank you to the production team, XYHC and Zads, being on the analyst desk. It's been great having you guys. It's been great not just being a solo broadcaster for this event. And we will hand it over to Matt to have his final word.
Thanks, Sybert. Yeah, great tournament. A lot of good games. That semifinal was pretty amazing. It's good to see some new players in the mix. Some really fun matches, some great micro. So all in all, just a great weekend. Shout out to the whole production team, Sybert, Zads, XYHC, Drive, Rage, everybody. It's just really phenomenal.
XYHC, what do you got to say?
Well, thank you all very much for hosting the tournament. It's been a blast seeing all the ups and downs, and I do think we saw a lot of Tengu dominations in this and saw a lot of Cryocopters die, which I enjoy watching.
XYH or Zads, what do you got?
Oh, just that this was actually a pretty amazing event. I'm surprised as to how many awesome games we've got here. In the past few days here, we've seen super weapons in a $600 competitive tournament, which is honestly really unspoken of normally, even in way smaller events. And we have really seen it all. We've seen heroic wave force artilleries earlier on. At least I have in my streams with the games with Edwin. It's really been a really diverse set of games. We've seen all 3 factions, which is awesome as well. And we've obviously seen some amazing games from these players. Really, quite frankly, an amazing experience to go off of here and be able to view.
Well, thank you all very much for tuning in. Thank you for watching Chrono Clash. A huge thanks to Chronosphere. Check them out at chronosphere.io. I'm Sybert, and for Drive on Design, Double Evil on the in-game overlay, Zads and XYHC on the analyst desk, Rage of Heat and Edvin in the referee corner, Matt and the whole team over at Chronosphere. This has been Chrono Clash. Thank you all, and good afternoon, good evening, or good night.